A very good morning to the distinguished guests, our dignitaries, very learned invited speakers and delegates from the corporate and academia, faculty members and my dear students. With the blessings of Almighty, our most respected Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir, Chairperson Madam, Vice Chancellor Madam, our Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, I, Dr. Smita Pugai, Professor, Amity School of Fashion Technology and Convener INCFAT 23.
And I, Soumya Thakur, your host for the day,
feel very fortunate to welcome you all on behalf of Faculty of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts and Visual Arts to the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2023 with the theme Life, Opportunities and Challenges for Fashion, Textiles and Design. It is an absolute pleasure to see a diverse assembly of fashion, textiles and design enthusiasts from all around the world here today. This conference marks a significant milestone in our ongoing journey to explore the multifaceted world of fashion and textiles. Our theme, Life, encapsulates the essence of this event. We will delve into the life of fashion and textiles where opportunities and challenges coexist, shaping the landscape of our industry. Over the next few hours, we will engage in thought-provoking discussions, examine the latest trends, and dissect the opportunities and challenges facing the fashion, textile, and design sectors. Our distinguished speakers and presenters have brought their knowledge and expertise to the forefront, and we are in for a remarkable journey of learning and innovation. So without any further delay, let's embrace and commence the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2023. For today's inaugural session of the conference, we are so very fortunate to have with us the following renowned personalities from fashion and textile industry. Mr. Ram Serene, Chairman and Founder, Tech, Los Angeles, CA, USA. Mr. Vijay Mathur, DG and CEO and Executive Director, Apparel Training and Design Center. Mr. Prasanna Padmanathan, Fashion Consultant and Founder, President, Colombo Fashion Council. Ms. Pratima Pandey, renowned fashion designer. Professor Dr. S.M. Ishtiaq, Emeritus Professor, IIT Delhi. Professor Dr. V.K. Kothari, Emeritus Professor, IIT Delhi. Dr. Swapna Mishra, Chief Operating Officer and Officiating CEO, Textile Sector Council. I would like to introduce Conference Chair Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi. Sir is the Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Director General and Dean, Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts and Visual Arts, Amity University, Director of Amity School of Fashion Technology, Amity School of Fine Arts and Amity School of Performing Arts. I will now request Sir to kindly welcome the keynote speakers present here with the sapling. Mr. Vijay Mathur, Mr. Vijay Mathur, Professor Dr. S.M. Ishtiaq, Professor Dr. V.K. Kothari, Dr. Swapna Mishra, Ms. Pratima Pandey will just be joining us. I will now request the conference chair to kindly make the opening remarks.
A very good morning to all present here. Good morning, students. First, clap for yourself. We'll have some energy in the morning hour. I would like to welcome all the delegates who have registered and participating in the International Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles with the theme Life, Opportunities and Challenges for Fashion and Textile and Design. At the outset, I am welcoming all esteemed guests today. Mr. Ram Serene, who has joined from US online, Shri Vijay Mathurji, Dr. Ishtiaq, Dr. Kothari, Mr. Prasanna, who has joined us online, and Dr. Swapna Mishra, for being here in this first session. We are starting this session with very senior academician and the industry members in the panel. Subsequent to this, we have got 3 sessions where we have got themes: sustainable fashion, reuse, reduce and recycling in fashion and textiles, and emerging role of digital technologies and AI in fashion and textiles. In every session, we have the invited speaker, like in the session which is starting at 11:30, we are going to have the Dr. Betsy Parry, who's the reader in fashion marketing, research and international lead from the Manchester Fashion Institute, Manchester Metropolitan University. In the next session at 2 o'clock, we have got Professor Niccolò S. Vergaglia from the Polymuda Fashion School, Italy. And in the last session, we have got 2 invited speakers, Dr. Amy Twigger, Associate Professor from the Nottingham Trent University, and Mr. Manish Tyagi from the Australia. Besides it, we have got very interesting these 3 sessions where the researchers from across the country are going to make the presentation of the research findings. I'll not be able to read the names, but I must rush through the institutes to which they are representing as a researcher. We have got research papers from NIFT Jodhpur, NIFT Kangra, Vokshan University Hyderabad, Swami Vivekananda Subhati University Meerut, Avantika University Indore, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Ujjain, DAV Girls College, Govind Vallabh Pant University Uttarakhand, Dayal Bagh Education Institute, Lady Irwin College, Whistling Woods International Limited Mumbai, DAV Girls College Haryana, Vidya Fashion Academy Bangalore, Great Lakes Institute of Management Gurugram, GGS IP University Delhi, Banasthali Vidyapeeth Jaipur, and Amity University Rajasthan. I take this opportunity to thank all the researchers who have contributed and are part of this our research conference. We started this international conference few years back. An idea is this: to create a platform of dialogue and more for the enhancing the learning of the students of the Amity University. To our distinguished guests, I must mention that Amity School of Fashion Technology today is one of the leading fashion colleges, and it has got more than 900 students only in the Noida campus. So we have got the programs in the design, technology, management, right from the undergrad to postgraduate to PhD level programs. And we do a lot of activities primarily to enhance the knowledge base of the students. That's why we organize the industry interaction, seminars, workshop, and international conference also. Besides having organizing the presentation of the design creations by the design students in the end of the year. When I come to the theme, we have got very interesting theme. We are saying that opportunities and challenges for fashion and textiles and design. We have got the experts from the industry and the academia here to guide us on this. But if I had to briefly start it, I'll say that textile and apparel is the most dynamic manufacturing sector, where we say the eternal demand for change keeps the fashion alive. Because this is a sector where it is not primarily based upon the need only, but one buys it primarily to get something new. It means there is always a need or requirement of the innovation. And when we say in the fashion, our raw material is textile. So when we talk about a chain, right from fiber to fashion, or we say fiber to yarn to fabric to the apparel. So all the stages are there where there is a requirement of the innovations. Today, when we see this industry has the strength in India, if we say in all the parts of the value chain, right from the fiber to fabric. Textile and apparel, if I mention only few facts, contributes 4% of the India's GDP and constitute 15% of the export earnings. We have got as a country the natural advantage in the raw material, cotton, silk, cellulosic fiber, and easy availability of the skilled labor. Strong base of the traditional design, these are our strengths, which gives us as a strength. Like we are the one of the largest producer of the cotton and jute in the world, second largest manufacturer of the PP and the producer of the polyester, silk and fiber in the world, fifth largest producer of the technical textile, and second largest employment provider in the India after agriculture. That shows the importance of this sector in the Indian economy. But if we talk about our world share in the world market, we have got minuscule share of a 5% only. We are almost stagnant if we say, and we say that there is a competition which is ever increasing or every day evolving competition. But the crux is that the innovation is the key to sustain and grow. Today we see the new technologies and new materials are being developed every day. So much is happening in the textile front. Today in the technology front, so many advancements are here. We have got with us today Mr. Ramsreen, who is going to speak about it. He is one of the pioneer in the technology when I see for the apparel industry. The artificial intelligence has become a buzzword today, not only for this sector, but every sector. Everybody is trying to understand how it is going to create an impact on the respective industries. So this sector is also going to get impacted with that. So when we talk about today the buzzwords, we say that sustainability has become a buzzword today. When we are talking about so much consumption happening of the textile material by all of us, there's a need to look for that one need to use the sustainable material. But once we say that we need to promote the sustainability, then it has to start from the manufacturer level, or right from beginning it has to start. So it means that there is a need right from the industry level to consumer level to increase the awareness about the sustainability. So that sets the pace for this conference. As it said that there are many opportunities which are going to happen, and when the opportunities are going to happen, challenges are going to be there. Another thing which is very important, which I wanted to mention and touch upon, is the entrepreneurship development. This industry is primarily based upon the work which has been done by the entrepreneurs, particularly if I talk about the garment industry, which has started from the garages. If Vijay Mathurji is here from the APC, he'll be able to speak about that. But there are the people who started with the small garages manufacturing, and today they are running the business of worth of hundreds of crores. So that shows that there is an immense potential of the growth. I would like to share with our esteemed panel members also that as the part of our unique exercise at the Amity University, we do the aspirational survey of the students when they join our program, right from the beginning, that what would they like to do. Where are the options are that one want to go for further studies, one want to take the placements, one want to start their own business or join the family business. And there's a huge number which says that they are looking for starting on their own. The reason being, of course, this is one of the less capital intensive industry. There's a lot of scope to start in a smaller way also, I must say. So that also needs a lot of guidance from the industry, that what should one do to become a successful entrepreneur. Having said that, I would like to once again welcome all the guests, and we look forward for the meaningful deliberations during the day. And now I'm going to end with this, but I would like to extend very warm welcome to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shuklaji, who has joined us. Please welcome her with a big round of. Ma'am is having very busy schedule, but ma'am has been able to join us here, and we are also being joined shortly by our respected chairperson, ma'am, Mr. Deva Chauhanji also. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor is here. She is always a motivating force behind all of us, which makes us do all these meaningful academic exercises in the academics. Thank you once again to all of you. Thank you.
We are very honored to have with us Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, Professor Entrepreneurship, Leadership and IT, Vice Chancellor, Amit University, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Shukla has a long introduction. She's got so many feathers in her crown, but I'll take a single minute to briefly introduce her. She is MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academia, research and administration. Currently, she is the Professor of Entrepreneurship, Leadership, IT, Vice Chancellor, Amit University, Uttar Pradesh, and a very inspirational leader. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, she has been one of the key team members spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group, engaged in higher education. Dr. Shukla is a strategist, an institution builder, an inspiration leader, and a quality network. She is the role model for academia, students, and for the budding professionals. We request ma'am to kindly come on the dais and make the address.
A very distinguished guest from across the globe, a very respected Chairperson Madam Mrs. Divya Chauhan ji, our Dean of Applied Arts, Performing Arts and the Visual Arts, Dr. Joshi, and very dear delegates and the students. First of all, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, and all the Deans, Directors, and my personal behalf, extend very warm welcome to our distinguished guests and the participant at the International Conference on Fashion Apparels and Textile 2023, INCFAT 23, on the theme Opportunities and Challenges for Fashion, Textile and Design. I was going through the conference details a few days back, and the session chosen by the organizing team are very apt, and we are seeing with the disruptive technologies how the fashion industry have also geared up and transformed in many ways. Today we can see not only the materials which are being used or the design which are being used, but at the same time how these are crafted using the various technology and spreading the market beyond the boundaries of the country. We can see the presence of Indian designs, Indian labels across the globe, and which also brings in a big way that how do you really communicate, how you present, and also how you network with the professionals from across the globe, so that you know what is latest, what is trending. And we also would like to say the lot of initiatives which are being taken by the textile industry as well as the Khadi Commission in India, how they have been doing by collaborating with the various states, and have been collaborating by organizing one side the fashion shows and the designs, at the same time along with that promoting the tourism. So the ideal combination of tourism and fashion which attracts the not only the Indian audience, but it also attracts the international audience. And the last winter, during this time, we have seen there was the fashion show and the designer show at Agra, where we saw the about 60% of the audience were the international buyers, and we could see the all kind of designs in khadi. We always felt that initially the khadi means kurta pajama and maybe the jacket, but the kind of the designs we saw of khadi, and which has really transformed in a manner that Indian textile and design are being respected and regarded world over. And this conference, which Dr. Joshi and his team has organized, and I was seeing the distinguished speakers from world over, from various countries, their presence is going to help in big way all the audience, especially the young fashion designers, that what is going on across the globe, what are the latest trends, the designs, and how the textile and fashion industry or the design industry world over is changing. And that will also provide an opportunity for the young generation, that what are the career opportunities. And I think this is the one industry where you see a lot of the startups coming up, because people prefer to create their own label and promote their own label and make a big branding at an early age. And I think when we look at the university, the larger number of the startups come from the fashion and fine arts. I would like to congratulate Dr. Deep Joshi and Dr. Smita Bagai and the entire team of MIT Institute of Fashion Technology. They're creating that kind of the learning environment in the institution, where the students have the freedom of expression and experiment. And whenever we see the exhibition put up by the MIT Institute of Fashion Technology, we always see there's such a creative work by the students. So my congratulations to all the students of MIT Institute of Fashion Technology, and I'm sure all of you in times to come will be the having the big labels at the global market, and we wish all the success. And I want to thank all our guest speakers, the guests of honors, for sparing your valuable time, because this experience sharing with the students is going to go long way in their learning and creating the future professional in your industry. So thank you so very much, and we look forward working together, collaborating with you, and seeking your guidance and mentoring in many ways to take this institution, make this institution as a number one, especially all the international speakers who have been able to spare their time either in person or online, that how we can build that collaboration for the student exchange, faculty exchange, or the joint degree program or the study abroad program, how your students researcher can also have the Indian immersion program. At the moment we have 45 students from France, and the capital of fashion, who are here at Amity University and at a part of the Amity India immersion program. And I would request Dr. Sajnani that Dr. Joshi that if his students can come here for some time, maybe the one session they can attend, and that will be great learning experience for the student, because I strongly believe that fashion and the tourism go hand in many ways. With this, once again, I would like to thank the team of Amity Institute of Fashion Technology under the leadership of Divyaji, doing great work, and my expectation from this institution have gone many folds high, and I'm sure that Dr. Sajnani, you will be, and Dr. Joshi, that you will be truly, further taking this institution to the greater heights, realizing the vision of Honorable Founder President and mission of Honorable Chancellor. So my best wishes to all the organizing team and the grand success of this conference.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for blessing us and motivating us.
Smita, I would like to thank Dr. Shukla.
Chairperson, ma'am, has joined us. So, ma'am, we welcome you to the forum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shukla. Very wonderful to see you. And I see Dr. Ram Sareen also. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Ram Sareen. Dr. Prasanna is also online with us. They've joined from all over the world. It's not easy for them. Thank you very much. I can see there's Vijay Mathurji, there's Pratima Pandeyji, Dr. Joshi. A very good morning to all the lovely students. Thank you all. But Dr. Shukla, especially to you, thank you very much.
Divyaji, it's wonderful to have here on this conference. Rarely I have missed a conference. I try my best. I had an appointment at 11 o'clock, but I thought that I must be part of this inaugural session, maybe partly, but I will definitely log in online to see what's going on, because I know the distinguished speakers who have come for this conference. It's a great opportunity to learn from them. So wonderful to have Divya ma'am. It's under your leadership, under your visionary guidance, what this institution is doing. So thank you very much, Divya ma'am, for being here as well as guiding and mentoring this institution. Thank you.
I would like to just inform that we have got good participation at the group level also. There are around 8 papers or the posters which are there from the MIT University Rajasthan also. There are a number of them have come to participate here for the poster presentation and the papers also.
So with your permission, may I now start with the session of the keynote speakers? Ma'am, am I permitted to start now? So I will now request the keynote speakers to share their knowledge with the gathering as I request you. I now very proudly introduce Mr. Ram Sareen, Chairman and Founder, TUCATEC, Los Angeles, CA, USA. For half a century, Mr. Sareen has served the garment industry with an extensive history characterized by one word, disruptive. The philosophy is ingrained in TUCATEC, the fashion technology solutions company that Mr. Sareen founded in 1995. TUCATEC is credited with successfully bringing digital pattern making to dozens of countries and are an innovative leader in virtual sample making for design and fit with real-time motion simulation. They were the first to develop and implement on-demand manufacturing processes and are known for advanced cutting room solutions. TUCATEC's robust systems are implemented by fashion experts from all corners of the garment industry. So may I now request you to kindly initiate your session and address the gathering.
Good morning. For the record, I'd like to correct Miss Vidya Chauhan. With your kindness, one day I shall accept your invitation to the doctorate, because you keep insisting I am Dr. Ram Sareen.
I
am. Thank you so much. I've been to MIT many times, and it never ceases to amaze me the growth that I have personally seen, witnessed, the programs, how dedicated the faculty is, how they take their initiatives by bringing industry people, share their needs for the industry so they can actually adjust their curriculum. My personal mantra that I live on is very simple. Change is constant. Growth is optional. And you, Ms. Chauhan, and your team, Dr. Balwinder Shukla and Dr. Joshi, and all the people in the faculty, I must say, you are opting to grow. And the system shows that. In my personal views, India is sitting at an opportunity not even close to any other country. Number one reason, I think, is the IT background that India became so famous for. And the younger generation, I call them the Google generation, who grew up with technology, the smartphones. These kids, they learn very differently. They are the self-taught people. They find solutions. Google generation is really more dependent on Google. I'll share one very interesting experience of mine. I was sitting in a meeting with the owner first time, and their son was visiting from UK, who was studying economics. He didn't know that I'm Indian, and he didn't know that I could speak Urdu. This was in Pakistan. And while we are speaking in English, I hear this kid says to his father, Abu, ये बहुत बड़ा आदमी है. मैंने भी check किया है net पे. My point is only one thing. The younger people are instantly looking for solutions, instantly looking for answers. So how does this relate to fashion industry? Number one country right now in the startups in fashion industry is India right now. I don't know if you know that. The little capital that they are coming up with by using technology, they are going the longer way. I'm going to share a little slide. I hope, can everybody see the slide here? All right. So this is my vision when I started the company in 1995, that one day everybody is going to be on digital platform no matter what they do. And most of us really look at what I do and how do I use technology. My advice to every one of you is only one. You've got to start looking at one step before you or what you're doing, and one step after you, what they're doing. If these three are not connected and everyone is not thinking the same way, we will never get to the digital platform. Today, I'm very happy to tell you that designing digitally, whether it is designing the fabric, or is the prints or the colorways or the embroideries or the embellishments, it's all done digitally. Why do I have to make the entire 5.5 yard sari when I can actually see how in which fabric, in which embroidery, at border, at the center, and the pallu and all that will look like on a $29 software rather than doing the whole thing? This started by one of the young ladies who had just come back from New York, FIT, and joining the family business. And she said, Daddy, I'm not going to join this unless I put the Tuka 3D. And this was almost 15 years ago. It's in India. In India, there are a lot of younger people who very strongly believe in technology. Anyone of you heard of Bombay Shirt Company? I'm sure some of you may have seen or been their customers. They've been using 2D technology for adjusting patterns. One person is adjusting as many as 400 to 600 patterns a day. A day. Okay, one more time. One person is adjusting 400 to 600 patterns a day. Now, any smart person will say, how can you make a claim like that? That is less than 1 minute per garment. You're right. because the system is totally automatic. All the person does is audit. Opens the file, yes, approve. Open the file, yes, approve. I'm going to close this one so that I can talk to you people. My objective is to make sure that we are all digital. Where do we have the biggest waste? All of us talk about many things, but sustainability is so overrun subject word that I'm not even going to stay. My definition of sustainability is, how do I sustain my own business? And every one of us will be talking about the same thing. Yes, theoretically, we all talk about certain things. When it comes to practical, nobody does. Anyone has heard a company called Sheen? If yes, I want to see the hands go up a little bit. Anybody has heard Sheen? Yes or no? Today, the news showed that Sheen has become the largest apparel retailer in the United States of America. 2 years ago, they were 2.5 times the valuation of Zara and H&M put together. And everyone was going around, that's not a sustainable company. They are doing cheap labor. They are doing prison labor. They are doing this. Everyone was jumping on them. And 2 years in a row, I've been jumping and telling everybody their model is the right model. Direct to consumer, wiping out all the noise. They are buying from the same places where the H&Ms of this world are buying, except they don't have all the noise in between, all the people in between. And that's exactly what India is doing. That's exactly what a lot of people are doing in the fashion industry. Demand manufacturing, make it only after you sell it. And that's only possible if you're in the digital space. So you can make patterns digitally, you can develop fabric digitally, you can now see or visualize how the garment is going to look, how the garment is fitting visually. But at the same time, you can even present on the internet without having to make one single sample to do photo shoot. This is a process that takes you from product development all the way in front of the consumer in a digital space in less than an hour. If you don't believe it, send me an email and I'll send you a list of 1,200 companies who are doing that today. We started that process in 2012. And there are several companies in Pakistan and in India also doing exactly the same thing. Now the question is, how do I manufacture? I'm not starting a made-to-order or made-to-measure business. I am still using technology to manufacture in bulk. That's where technology comes in. But everybody thinks this is the one garment that I bought is being made for me and is being shipped to me. That's called customer engagement. But what happens in the background? I have a company which makes 44,000 garments per day on demand. Each garment is an individual order. That's where smart factories come in. And that's what we do. Now, the question now is, how prepared are you? If you're going to block yourself that, no, it's not possible, trust me, it will not be possible. If you read my signature, it says at the bottom, I didn't know we couldn't do it, so I did it. Start with that philosophy and nothing can stop you. As a student, think outside of the box. Think what is not being done. And I tell you, you will own the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It is with great honor to now present to you Mr. Prasanna Padmanathan, International Corporate Trainer, Life Executive Coach, Speaker, Fashion Consultant, and Founder President, Colombo Fashion Council. Mr. Prasanna is a household name in the Sri Lankan fashion industry. He's the founder president of Colombo Fashion Council. He comes from IT and business and marketing background. Thus, his passion in fashion has made him one of the thought leaders in the fashion industry. He's a gold medalist from the University of Westminster, UK. He received his MBA from University of Wales, and he's also a chartered marketer. Mr. Prasanna is an international corporate trainer, a researcher, a lecturer. His interest in fashion has made him explore many avenues in the fashion and the pageant scene. He was the first Asian to judge Mr. Earth Worldwide pageant in 2011, and then onwards, he has judged many beauty pageants around the world. He is the recipient of British Council's Young Creative Entrepreneur Fashion and Design Award in 2022 out of 230 contestants from over 25 creative sectors. He's a fashion stylist and he lectures fashion marketing, promotions, branding, fashion entrepreneurship, and business planning for the fashion masters. May I now request him to kindly address and enlighten the audience. Over to you, Mr. Prasanna.
Thank you, Dr. Smita, for that wonderful introduction. I'm so happy to talk to you guys. So basically, I'm from Sri Lanka, but currently I'm in Oman. Just landed here yesterday because I'm addressing a conference over in Oman. So let me share my screen. Am I loud and audible? Am I loud and audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, your presentation is visible and you're audible, sir.
Super. Okay. So I'm today going to speak to you about some opportunities and challenges that we in Sri Lanka and also overall in the world, how the fashion and the textile industry is facing. So I think Dr. Smita gave a detailed introduction about me, so I don't think that I need to give an introduction about me. So if you take a look at Sri Lanka, so we are apparel manufacturing hub, I would say. We have very big leading companies, MAS, Brandix, Cybermoney, and we are responsible in terms of producing internationally well-known brands such as Victoria's Secrets, H&M, Marks and Spencer, Boss, you name it, we produce. At the same time, we have very popular designer labels in Sri Lanka. So I've mentioned some of the names over there. So let's get into the topic. The opportunities in the apparel and textiles and what challenges that we face. Now, at this particular time of the year in Sri Lanka, we also have a little bit of a turmoil issues in terms of our projections for the next year in terms of apparel. Around the world, especially in the US, with the clients that we have from Sri Lanka, there is a reusable culture that's been seen. So those days, in the Western countries, the consumers, they don't reuse their clothes most of the time. So there's always need to be a purchase. But now, there is a lot of reuse, and apparel companies are facing a little issue to achieve their targets in the coming years. Saying that, there are quite a lot of opportunities for them as well. So I've listed down few opportunities where apparel that need to be, that's a transitional comfort that need to be happening for apparel. Now you understand after COVID, there is a lot of people working from home. There's a lot of remote working happen. So the focus is empowering the people to take care of their space and themselves. So the outfits, the clothes that you wear need to be comfortable. Also, it need to be apt for work meetings that you do online. So products are becoming very concise and multi-layered, and there is purpose for the outfit that you wear. So there is wellness and sustainability connected to in terms of research in the apparel sector, in terms of research in the areas of the textiles that they produce, where they look for breathable fabrics, right? Comfortable fabrics that you could wear while working from home. And then the wellness is continuing to grow in order to resonate with more health conscious consumers. These days, consumers are very, very conscious about their health factor, where they're looking at new ways to take care of themselves. So, garment technology and functionality is also extending beyond comfort, also design and style, also looking at these health conscious customers. So there are fabrics that been researched, that been developed, that could even lift your mood in terms of even enhance your blood circulation, skin enhancing, hygiene, and also nutrient giving. So if you there are many examples, there are many labs. There's an example, Future Labs in London, right? Trend Boutique in London. These guys are constantly on research in terms of developing these type of new fabrics. After COVID, there are more germ cautious and hyper hygiene wear is in trend, right? Where you wanted to look for fabrics that is safe and secure for you to wear. So garment manufacturers are looking at these antimicrobial coatings and antiviral textiles are being invented. So even in Sri Lanka, even at our apparel companies, we look into these type of innovation, right? Where you could reuse an outfit without needing to go to wash. And also when there's a surface with a little bit of wet on it, of course, there can be germs that could grow. So where they are looking at fabrics which can, make sure there's no germs that grow on these fabrics. So pollution protective clothes and equipments are constantly being researched in the textile sector. Age of opportunity, the next opportunity the fashion and the retail sector has, where the active lifestyle of older consumers, it's actually creating a boom in the industry, where the older consumer, 40 plus generations, they are active, they're fashion conscious, they're also in social media channels, and brands and the fashion companies are looking at aging as an exciting new lifestyle stage. And any limitation with the age has been removed, and constantly they are looking at to keep with the balance of age, style, and trends. So these are opportunities even the fashion designers actually can look into. Technology is going to rule the fashion and apparel sector, where internet is becoming like the core of running any business. And 5G will unlock the potential of virtual reality, augmented reality, and AI, artificial intelligence in terms of neural networks, robotics, and decision support systems are going to rule the world. Now, if you take a look at, you could now virtually go and shop. H&M recently launched their virtual store where you could go, fit on your clothes, you could see what's happening. And if you take a look at the very popular furniture designer, IKEA, where they use this augmented reality for the customers to come and decide how their house interior need to look like, how the sofa color could change based on the wall color. So if someone is going to go away from the technology, if they are not going to be up to date with the technology, they're really going to lose. At the same time, environmental ethics are playing a major role. So where there's less disposable income, and Gen Z and the young millennials are welcoming a lot of alternative platforms. So you have Rent the Runway, you have ThreadUp, you have Depop, where you could actually reuse clothes, you could rent clothes, you could sell your old clothes, and you could buy the same that is owned by someone else. So rental, resale, and the repair models will become the entire means of commerce, right? and people are looking at convenience and responsiveness, something that they could easily get access to. So people are no more in the likings of buying a lot of stuff, but reusing and recreating. So I hope that would have given you a little bit of a understanding how the industry is facing challenges, but still how new opportunities actually can come and help people in the areas of using these elements to brand and market their product. Now, if you take a look at leather around the world, the leather market is huge, and obviously, you know that you have to kill animals to make leather. But now, with the new sustainable practices and innovation, companies and brands are producing vegan based leather using pineapple leaves, using cactus, using mushrooms, also even mangoes are used to produce leather. Now, normally when we produce silk, we normally use silkworm to produce silk, right? But now again, it's not been sustainable, ethical. So brands are also looking at new ways. So there are technology that been introduced to make silk using milk, rice, and also the lotus flower. You have like that particular stem. That's a highly luxury silk that is made through this particular stem. So, with a limited time, guys, I hope that I've given some knowledge about how trends are changing around the world. Now I'm going back for this particular conference to address. So, thank you so much for the opportunity. Amity, I visited you guys again this month, I guess. Yeah, on 2nd of October, I visited y'all and I loved the energy the university students showed when I did a session for your university. And thank you so much for inviting me. I hope that was useful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next distinguished keynote speaker is Mr. Vijay Mathur, DG and CEO, Executive Director, Apparel Training and Design Center. He has over 42 years of experience in the fashion and textile industry and is currently the Director General and CEO in Apparel Training and Design Centers, managing 138 training centers and 10,000 training. Former Additional Secretary General AEPC, looking after garment exports of $17 billion, policy making in commerce, finance, and labor issues. He was the former chairman of Local Skill Management Private Limited, New Delhi, managing skill assessment in apparel skill space, former sales manager in Maharashtra State Textile Corporation, former assistant manager in National Textile Corporation, worked in Glaxo Labs Limited, JK Tires. Sir, may I kindly request you to initiate the session?
So good morning to everyone, and my first of all thanks go to Mrs. Divya Chauhanji, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor of this August University, Dr. Pradeep Joshi. We have worked together, and a sincere thanks to Dr. Ram Sareen, with whom we have been working for so long. I'm also very fortunate to have with me on the dais Dr. Ishtiakji, Dr. Kothari, Madam Pandey, and Dr. Mishra. So I'm benefited by their presence here. In today's function, we have a family of people sitting on the dais. We have students, we have ushers, we have lecturers, so many people in our family. And one more person, one more thing has joined this family today. May I know, can I ask from some of you from the audience who has joined in our family? Any idea? So I will tell you, I'll make it easier for you. In our family today,
we have a family Lamiaceae. It's a botanical name. We were given Tulsi plants, isn't it? And the family is Lamiaceae. And its botanical name is Ocimum tenuiflorum. I mean, that has entered to our family. And that is the topic we are going to discuss today, how we can make the family of waters, solar energy, wind energy as our family. If we make them our family, we will perhaps be sustainable, isn't it? So mind it, it's a very thoughtful, Dr. Joshi, I must thank you. Very thoughtful things you have presented us. You have made plants our family today. And I'm sure the designers of tomorrow would take this into mind. Another thing is very important for me to tell you is that the world population is around 8 billion, 8.1 billion. And the kind of garment we produce per year is 100 billion pieces per year. I mean, that is very alarming. So as a designer, while your sustainable business will put you to produce more and more, perhaps that is a point where our designers of today has to think, because once in our family we have water, we have wind, we have all those things, we have to take care of them also. So there is a sixth sense and beyond. I was going through an article of the Sunday by Mr. Ranjit Lal, who is a columnist into Indian Express, and is a bird watcher also. And a very, very good article. And I thought I must share something out of it with the students. So he cited one story that normally, when you go in the morning or evening, you can find some people, taking their dogs to the street with a chain, and at times the dog is sniffing the grass, but the owner of the dog is pulling him away. You would have seen it. The point is, the humans see. I am able to see you, and I believe that. And similarly, I can see the clothes, wonderful clothes have been worn by you. So I see. But when I look to a dog, he doesn't see, he sniffs. And his communication is through sniffing. Perhaps we are stopping him to communicate what a dog would like to sniff and decide whether this is my territory, whether I have entered into somebody's territory or should be out of that. Similarly, when we see the birds, they have eyes, they see, but they feel the magnetic field of the earth. Any stoppage into that communication will perhaps disturb the ecosystem. So, while we say that we have so many million mobile users in India, I mean, as a designer, you have to see that the birds do not get disgruntled while finding their way for the morning food just because of those noise, just because of the disturbance. So you cannot keep those things away if you want to bring the birds into your family, isn't it? So not only you have to see the consumer demand, you have to see around you. And similarly, when we sail a ship, we normally we are guided by the sun, east and west, and in the night we see the pole star. So we humans only see and believe. The idea is we should able to see and believe the plants, the other things as well. So just to tell you that there is a word Umwelf. It is pronounced like Umwelf. When somebody is reading German, it means environment. Okay, so let us see what the world or environment is around us. So what humans perceive around us, we need to perceive environment beyond humans. So water, air and everything. As a designer, just don't restrict yourself to the needs of the human. How to achieve that? What are the toolkits? So before I proceed, I think it is very important. You would have read in your class curriculum, but as a reminder. So people say, what is the work-life balance? I have given the definition. Okay. So there are career and ambition, and the life is pleasure, leisure, family, spiritual development, all those things. And life forms communication with air, wind, water, rock, soil, and temperature. So what is the difference between air and wind? Anybody? Well, make your life easier. Air is something around us when it comes with a velocity, with little breeze. And after some time, what we have been hearing in the newspaper, there are typhoons. So are we going to make more typhoons in our life, or we are going to make them breeze? This is something we need to connect with this textile design or textile kind of a thing. So we can't think in isolation. And what is sustainability? It is there on your screen. But what is more important is sustainable. Let us leave water, air for future generations while we design and sell clothes. So are we going to leave sufficient water for the next day, for even our sons and daughter? Think on this. Go green is a slogan which normally I see so many places. But the green, emerald green color is very toxic. So when you paint something, and the most important thing is that it is made by mixing two chemicals. Dr. Ishtiaq would and Dr. Kothari would correct me. I am not a student of chemistry, but I have heard that it can only be produced by putting two chemicals to 500 degrees for 6 hours. Now in 6 hours I am using energy, maybe a coal energy. So I am unsustainable from day one by the time it comes to me for use. And if you are using emerald green in some of your collections, you have to think that, oh my God, I have already, my scope 3 or maybe scope 3 is already excessive. I should not use it. Now let me give you one very interesting figure is that normally the red color, it means the danger or it means very hot, but it requires less temperature. So if we burn a particular element at this degree Fahrenheit, we get the red color. And normally when say the blue is very cool, but blue requires a very high degree of 2552 degree Fahrenheit temperature to make that blue violet kind of a flame. So you must be aware, that while you design something, blue is always not very cool and red is always not very hot, isn't it? So in your color scheme, while you do your color forecast with WGSN and other, you come out with the colors, pastel colors and so many ranges, and they come out with what is the next season. You must also think whether in its manufacturing, are we using excessive energy? That kind of a thing, I want to give to the designers of tomorrow. So what are the expectations from the designers? There are shifting customer demands related to environment impact, which impacts on the product portfolio and commercial portfolio. So that means continuous adoption. So I have gone through the annual reports of most of the apparel brands for 25 years. Any pre-COVID and post-COVID. Now I'll tell you what's post-COVID they are thinking. It is coming from their annual report, coming from the mouth of the president of the company. So the British luxury brand, they now are emphasizing on energy efficiency, sustainable raw material, employee technology, as Dr. Ram Sareen also said. Now, when we say employ technology, how we interpret this? So let me give you one very crude example. In earlier centuries back, all of us were using tar patra, the leaves, to write. Later, tar patra went, and then we had a takti and khadi. So that also left. Then came slate and chalk. And then slate and chalk also vanished. We came with tabs. And I don't know what's going to happen after some time, how even the tabs will go. But 2 into 2 remains the 4. Tamarpatra to any new technology. So in textile, fashion textile, the base you must be very, very clear on sustainable. The tools will come and go, but that tools should not deviate you from the basic principle that I need to be sustainable always. So look at it. Ted Baker, they are on sustainability, Walmart on digital integration, Marks and Spencer on digital technology, Inditex is on reuse, recycle, community development, well-being. You know, just my friend from Sri Lanka came out, what is well-being, they make it from well-being, and then sustainable development goals, H&M on artificial intelligence, advanced analytics. Now, this is something, advanced analytics is, I think I would like to spend 1 or 2 minutes on that. So what is happening, that there are 7,000 stores of H&M across the world, for example. And each store is analyzing at the end of the day what my actual sales are. Who is buying? And as for who is buying, they have a membership scheme where they give discount. So they know Vijay Mathur has bought a shirt of 44 of yellow color and he has taken not body fit, something like this. So this is the data which they are collecting at the end of the day. And with the use of AI, they come out with their future requirement. What is their future requirement and what is the next 10 days requirement? And immediately they flash out to their suppliers, who can give me 44 size, yellow color, 2,000 pieces for these stores. Now, obviously, there are suppliers who say, yes, I can do it. And there are designers sitting like you, immediately design, they have fabric, they convert, airship it and send it. So use of technology is there. So as a designer, how quickly you can convert these demands would be the key in your business. You can also the forecast for 6 months, 3 months, next spring, summer, autumn, winter are going to be the history. Analytics will tell you what to design, what to not to design. And most important is Levi's, they make jeans. So they are very concerned about the water use. So this is something must be in our forte. So what designer to adopt? If you are designing for MMF garment, ask the fabric dyer if they are removing color from the wastewater. Because you are not asking so far. You are concerned they are good fabric and I will cut and I will make a pattern. I will present it a digital thing to my buyer, get the orders. No. Your responsibility is extended. So you must ask, okay, you prepare this color. So what plans you have that you are not putting the wastewater, the excess color, which is removing my another family, which is fish, which is a tree, which is a soil. They are all my family, so please take care of them. And then raw material is sustainable. So how much is there? 50%, 60%, 70%. If somebody is using 70%, how to make it 80%? Somebody is doing 30%, how to make it 40%? So different things, so you are different phases, but the brands are going to come up. They have a plan by 2030, they will use 100% sustainable material. So if you are working with someone who is not sustainable, perhaps they will not get the jobs. So you have to be very careful. So when you go for an interview, you should ask, are you into sustainable business? No, I'm sorry, I can't take you a job in with you, because you are going to sailing into something, a boat which is going to sink by 2029. So these are the questions which you need to ask. And then coming to washing instructions, I don't know how many of your people go to the label. Now, if you see a label, it says slow tumble wash. But what happens when you put 7 to 8 garments into washing machine? One is jean, one is a t-shirt. You are giving excessive tumbling to some of the product and you're reducing its life. And when you reduce the life, you are not sustainable, isn't it? So these are some things also which should be in your curriculum. And of course, designers have to align with corporate governance policy. So what I read out with various brands, those are the policy. You're working for H&M, they have positioned themselves for certain compliance. If you are working for Levi's, then water is something. So selection of the person to whom you are working is also very, very important. You should become experts into that. So to end is, I think I leave it to you. You want to create for planet or you want to create for self-wealth? The question is how, as a designer or maybe as an employee or as an employer, you take the challenge. I would say that please create for the planet. Make in your family the plants, the soil, the water, the air, the wind, and the sun as your family, and you will be, and I would be, and all of us would be sustainable. So thank you for your listening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and acumen with us. Our next very eminent speaker is Ms. Pratima Pandey, fashion designer. Pratima is the designer behind the vision of Prama, a graduate of NIFT. She won the Grazia Young Fashion Awards in the category of eco-friendly fashion in 2011. Ms. Pratima derives her sense of fashion from her belief that clothing should be classic, ageless, and should speak of the craftsmanship of each person involved. Her garments are for the confident women, feminine, classic, and elegant. Ms. Pratima's affair with Chanderi began in 2011 with the collection Arabian Days, and she has used this traditional woven fabric of interlaced cotton and silk ever since. Its light and fragile texture are in line with her sensibility of feminine style, enabling graceful cuts. The brand name Prama is drawn from the name of brand's maker, Ms. Pratima Pandey, and in Sanskrit means wisdom and beauty. May I now request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi to kindly welcome Ms. Pratima Pandey with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I will now invite Ms. Pratima to the dais and she'll be addressing us.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, and thank you for having me. And I'm honored to be here speaking among some really distinguished guests here. And thank you, Amity University, to always, call me to share my, journey. I'm a designer, and I think the word designer is not the same anymore. I feel as a designer, you're not just a designer, you're a responsible individual solving problems of the industry, in a way that that is more sustainable. I just want to start from the beginning. I want to share my journey. I think through that, a lot of you young designers here can really get inspired from. When I started my label, it's called Prama, and it means beauty with intelligence in Sanskrit. And I think that's exactly what I wanted to do. When I started off, first of all, I saw a lot of my competitors, all young designers, all wanted to open their own labels and everything. It was very exciting. But I was like, if I want to be here in this industry, what is what is it that I'm contributing? And I think till the time I wasn't very convinced, I never started. I kept on looking for what next. And I came across handloom, and I understood the fact that the power of handloom is something that we need to work on. India itself has so much to offer. I mean, I worked with a project called Varanasi Weavers, and that project completely changed my whole life and perspective about what it is that I'm doing. Fashion is something which is always moving, and design is something that you need to solve. It's like a problem you need to solve. So when you combine the two, what is it that you're doing? So I think when I met the weavers at Banaras, we did this project, Banaras Weaver Project, and we went, we made textiles, and then I designed the collection, and we took it to Paris. And we got a very overwhelming response there. Most of the people, I realized that the minute I said handloom and the minute I said so many weavers are involved, I didn't say help. I just said, this is a beautiful textile that we're offering, and this is a great collection. We got overwhelming response. And when we came back, I personally went to each weaver and gave them the orders. I said, for next 5 years, you are booked. And I remember the smile on the faces, and they were like, my God, this is amazing. For next 5 years, I don't have to run to, for work. Having said that, these are all anecdotes that I'm sharing. But the fact that, when I started my label, I just asked, why am I here? What am I creating? And I think it's very important to do that. And with time, you have to understand you are a responsible individual contributing to an industry which is, I think the second highest in terms of wastage. So I think first of all, I don't know if you know about Prama as a brand, we make sure that it's 100% handloom. And secondly, we make sure that whatever is done, it's slow. If you place an order, I'll make sure you wait. Not wait, make sure in a way that we start from the thread stage. So it is going to be 15-20 days of just making the textile, or sometimes more if it's the karwa technique is a little complicated. So it lands up for a month and a half. And once we do that, it's beautifully crafted. And then, I do a lot of value addition also with amazing embroideries from all over. So Lucknowi takes another 15-20 days. If I'm doing Dabka or Ari or whatever, again, another 15-20 days. So it lands up to be almost 2 months, 2.5 months. And I know it's preposterous to say that at this time and this modern time where we are talking about speed, we are talking about modern times, modern technology. Here am I as a designer trying to say, please slow down, try and have one piece in your wardrobe, but make sure that piece is valued, treasured. And I know if you get a piece which is after 2 months or 3 months and it's expensive, I'm sure you're not going to throw it. That whole mindset comes into your mind that why am I can't throw it? You'll try and reuse. I have a piece which I think 10 years, it's a 15-year-old brand that I have. In fact, I'm 14 exactly. Next year, I'm going to be 15 as a brand. This one lady 10 years ago bought a piece from me and she brought it back. She said, Padma, I don't have the god to throw it. What do I do with it? And all I said is give it back to me. I'll revive it in my way and I'll give it back to you. Please wear it for next 10 more years. So the idea is making, as a designer, my responsibility is to make the piece so priceless, so beautiful that among the whole, modern times that we have, fast fashion that is there, we need to look at things which are more valuable. And as Indians, I think we have always seen our nannies and dadis using beautiful textiles. I'm sure if you go back to your nanny and say, Nani, just show me your pieces, and they will be handcrafted to the T. And with time, trust me, this is going to be the new luxury in a big way. We have already, I think as Indians, we are spoiled to luxury to the next level, because it's everything is handmade. Our jewelries are handmade. Everything is handmade, and we don't understand the fact that we already have it. It's just that we as designers need to look at it differently and package it. And I use technology to propagate it very beautifully. I think that's where my technology is like telling our Indian stories, our stories of craftsmanship, handloom, and everything, and still making profit within the same. Since I'm a high fashion brand, my clients are all discerning clients. They understand the imperfection. Imagine I'm training them that if it's an imperfect garment, value it the way it is, because it's made by hand. There will be deformities. So I get an order from China, and China, these people, of course, they have the best technology in the world, and they keep coming back to me and giving me the order. And I used to wonder why. So, like, Prathama, we tried to copy you also, but trust me, we did try, but we could not do it, because I don't know what it is that the outfit looks. The minute you wear it, there's a soul which I don't know how to express, and they come back to me again and again. So, what I'm trying to say is, work with a little consciousness, do beautiful clothes. We already have many weavers across India, which is more than, I think, 50,000. And in fact, it's more. But the sad part is, we are losing out this, I hope not, because designers like me still are there. We are working very hard to make sure that our stories are told and, it's heard. But at the same time, as young individuals, if you start recognizing the fact that we already have it all we need to do is package it differently, bring it back, and if start embracing wearing it to begin with. I think that's all I want to say, because that little differences, little whatever you're doing, just have your own language of sustainability. So my language of sustainability is that I make sure I use pure textiles. Secondly, it's hand woven and handcrafted. And thirdly, whatever wastage that I have, I reuse it. So all the bags or packaging that is done is made from my katrans, So I try not to. It's like a conscious effort. How can I do it? Sir was also mentioning about dyeing. So when we do dyeing, when the water, we don't throw it. We try and separate the pigment back from the water, and we reuse the water for irrigation. So, that little effort towards and asking, ye pani kahan ja raha hai? ये weaver का क्या हो रहा है, and also the fact that how many people are getting paid in the process of one outfit sold, so at least what I figured, 10 people are earning through one outfit sold from me. So in the process, that it's very humbling to begin with, but at the same time, it could be the new industry which India, as young entrepreneurs, can take up and embrace it. I think that's all I want to say, because I feel it's a challenging industry. Not that I'm saying it very easily, that everything came very easy. It is very challenging, because with time it's going to get more and more difficult, and more and more it is going to be a lot of things that we still need to handle and can be addressed. I just feel there's so many aspects to it. Just start diving in and meet many people, go to the villages where you come from. I come from Madhya Pradesh, so I have taken up my textile, which is, from Madhya Pradesh, Chanderi and Maheshwari, and I propagate it to a degree where I think most of the people, it's become sort of a revolution right now. So young minds, love what you do. I think that's what I want to say, and do it with a lot of responsibility, and go back in time and bring it forward. I think that's it. We already have it all. We just have to package it beautifully and present it to the new world. And I think the world is here waiting for us to tell the story. This can be the biggest industry I can feel, and I feel we are here to stay. So thank you so much, and I wish everyone a bright future. Love what you do. I would reiterate that. And you're in a great place where you have amazing faculties. Amity University is really working towards making, and you guys really know about what's going on, and wish all of you the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pratima, for your kind words and encouraging us all to be sustainable.
We are so fortunate to have with us Professor Dr. S.M. Ishtiaq, Emeritus Professor, IIT Delhi. Dr. S.M. Ishtiaq is a professor in the Department of Textile Technology at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. After completing his PhD from Czech Republic in 1983, he joined Atira, Ahmedabad, and then worked as project manager in House of Podar Enterprises Textile. Before joining IIT Delhi as assistant professor in 1985, and then he became associate professor in 1991 and professor in 1995. He has been on various administrative positions as IIT, Administration, Dean of Students Affairs, Head, Department of Textile Technology, Chairman, Hospital Advisory Committee, Associate Dean of Students Affairs. He is also the member board of director, Textiles Industries, member of council, Netra Ghaziabad, and member research advisory committee and BTRA Bombay. He is consultant to several textile industry in abroad and India and has been invited for various lectures in various countries. He was the director of Northern India Textile Research Association, Ghaziabad, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India from 1997 to 2000. And presently, he is the coordinator of IIT Punjab. Sir, kindly enlighten this gathering with your address.
So, good morning to everybody, and well-wisher of fashion designing and making people like us smarter. So, thank you for that. But one remark that I would like to put, what I'm seeing the audience, the designers, why that more designers are female? Why not male? 50% smart people that you are not attracting, a good business that you have. So I think, I don't know, you may have a better answer or Pradeep will tell the answer. Why that fashion designers are not attracting the male? I have a big question that you have to answer. 50% population that you are missing. I'm 69, but still I feel young at 69. And I feel that yes, at this stage also, I should look smarter. So I think this will be another area which, so now that I'm just changing my topic, I wanted to talk something else, but now I will talk something else, different. Because as a teacher, that once, if you are not prepared for your lecture, extempore lecture, sometimes it attracts the student. You see these challenges in front of you. See what is going to happen in years to come as a designer. I have a shirt that which I want to stitch. I take a fabric of say 2 meter. Do you think that the fabric of 2 meter is going to serve the purpose of human being from functional and comfort point of view? I'm wearing a shirt. I'm sweating here. Sweating here. This is my collar. Is taking a lot of dirt, dust and all. Do you think same fabric will be able to give me all the properties? Not possible. So what is going to happen years to come? In a shirt, I will have some fabric here, different type of fabric with different property. Another type of fabric with different property in collar. This my front I will have a different property which can absorb the moisture. Here that I can have some that which can take care of my abrasion resistance. So it means that what apparel or cloth that we are wearing that will have this body that different functions are there. So now that as a designer that you have to select the right type of fabric at right place in your garment. You remember that old days that we used to have this patchwork. What used to be that small patches at different points. Okay, the patch was this was a reason, but now you are a designer, you take this opportunity. How that this patchwork can be converted into a design, into a fashion. That is going to be a good area, big area that which ultimately, because you see functional aspect. Take a, you see a lot of this dancers. They have a lot of makeups and all these things after performing that you see how much they sweat. This is your area. How that you can make it, this dancer comfortable once she or he is performing dance. That you have to see from that angle. You see this particularly that every women they have to go at least minimum 1 or twice to deliver a baby and all. So that time once she is pregnant, how you can make her smarter during that period. She should not just sit in her house. She should be able to move outside and she should feel smarter. What type of design that you can provide to her so that she should feel. So these are the issues that we have to take. Today that we are talking, that I was seeing this a good number of papers on issue related to reduce, reuse and recycle. This is a challenge because you see today, normal that whatever that this garment that we are using, life is 1 year. Now question is that now is suppose this fast fashion, the way it is changing. Today 89 million tons of this your garment that we are dumping. 89 million tons. You will be seeing this your TV India also that Usha is talking that about 1 million in India itself. So now question is that how that and out of this 89 million tons that only 1% that we are recycling. We are dumping environment issue. Now imagine if I am able to reuse it, which a lot of people are talking, that reuse it, how much that we are saving water, how much we are saving power, how much that your waste issue that we are taking care of. So that is a challenge that how we can recycle it. Now question of recycling, a lot of people that they have talked. Now that your source of material has a lot of variations. You are getting this used fabric or garments of different colors, different design, different issues are there. Once that you are mixing them, how to segregate, that is the issue. And this is not only the issue, because you see, just it is very easy to say, convert this your garment into fiber and make yarn, fabric and garment again. But my buyer says, no, I want this specific color. Repeat order. How that you will be able to give, that is a challenge. One that we talk about recycling. Because he wants only this color. That is his requirement. And he wants that, yes, I want to give you the repeat order. So how that this raw material which you are getting has a lot of the variation in terms of color and all. How that you can make again the same color and he will say, I want that with the computer color matching 0.5 or something like that is standard. It should not have this more than 0.5% other than cotton. So these are the challenges. So how to take care of? And I can tell you that I'm handling one industry from last 20 years and we are producing recycled material. And we have developed more than 1800 shades. And here is science lies. How to create different shades so that each shade has its code number. The moment you decode, I know what type of material that I've used and what percentage. So I will be able to produce the same color what this buyer is asking for. So there that you will be able, and there if you are able to change, I know that a good number of my buyers that they say they have a monopoly. They say I want only brown based shade, and which this brown base you will not give to any other buyer. How to take that challenge? But it's very simple, very easy to say, recycle it. But if you want to do the value addition in recycled fabric or this, then you have to take care of how to develop different type of shade. And there that your technology and the science is coming into picture. So this is another issue that we have to see today, that if you come to IT, I will show you, we have developed a machine where that I can create pattern on yarn. So my yarn has patterns. And the moment that I know what this design in the fabric I want to produce, what I will do, I will just create the pattern in my yarn, and in simple plain loom, if I will use my yarn, then in fabric I will have a pattern. So now for this, that you will not require a complicated looms and all. A simple plain loom that you have in village like this hand loom, you can produce different pattern. Only that you have to buy this yarn which has already pattern in itself, which we call it pattern blending. Different color, different combinations, different this, and that you design your fabric and ask. And a beauty of this yarn is again that repeat order. You can again, suppose my buyer says, okay, I'm needing this design again, I can reproduce it because it is totally comprised. So the online patterning, so that you can produce it. So there that this now a simple, your villager who has a simple loom can use this yarn and make this a pattern in the fabric. So these are another way that we were talking about technology. Now another this challenge that or opportunity that I'm noticing. You see, we have talked a lot about this recycling. Fine. You see, now you will find another way to make your garment in different ways. Say, for example, if I will take 4 shirts of different color and all, out of 4 shirts, that with a different combination, that I will make 2 shirts. Where that now I have a used fabric, again the fabric, I'm not converting this using a or used say t-shirts or shirt and converting into again another t-shirt. And whatever the waste is, I will recycle it and use it. So there that the question of the patchwork will come. So there that you have to find out, and here what we are talking about this digital technology and all will play a very important role. And there that you will be able to produce your different type of fabric. So here that how that we have to see how that we can convert this problem into a opportunity. And that is the art that we have to see, because the waste should not be called as a waste. And we should start, and this is this always I give the caution that stop saying it is a waste. It is a raw material. The moment that you will consider the waste as a raw material, you see that your thought process will get changed. The moment that you will say it is a waste, then definitely that you are not able to get that fullest advantage of that. But yes, the moment that we talk, and I can tell you, this your industry where I'm consulting, last 20 years that we are producing this recycled your waste and all, but unfortunately we could not sell even a single kg of my yarn or fabric in India. Again, mindset. I don't know who has used this shirt, what type of disease he had, what issue he had. These are the challenges that we are facing in Indian market. The moment that I ask the buyer from outside, he says, "Oh, you have saved so many carbon dioxide, carbon emission. You have saved so much water. You have saved so much energy. You have taken care of the environment." And they are ready to give me additional money for that. So here that again, the moment that we talk about recycle, we have to change the mindset of the people. And that is a very difficult issue. Because I always say, it is very easy to put the new ideas in somebody's mind, but it is very difficult to take out old ideas from his mind. And that is a challenge. And here that you see, you youngster, that we have a lot of hope, because we know that I'm watching this, your amity very closely. The day that Pradeep has joined, and I have some different relation with Pradeep, he is my student. So I'm watching that how that his presence is bringing the glory to this amity. So very closely I'm watching and very happy, producing a good students. My all good wishes. But I always say, see differently. And that you should know how to convert there's a problem into a opportunity. And don't say as a student, it is a problem. Instead of use this word, instead of problem, say it is a challenge. Let me see, let me do. If you take that way, I'm telling you that your future is going to be bright, and definitely the future of the nation will be bright. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with all of us. Next, we have with us Professor Dr. V.K. Kothari, Emeritus Professor, IIT Delhi. Professor Kothari is in the Department of Textile Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He has published more than 150 research papers in international journals, books, and is very renowned for his work in technical textiles. He is heading several sponsored projects and committees which have been formed by the Ministry of Textiles. Sir, I will request you to kindly share your thoughts and perspective with the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and dear students, a very good morning to all of you. Well, what I'm going to say is, how do we really interlink the fashion design and the textiles, and the way it used to be, the manufacturing, which is conversion of the raw material into a useful product, is no longer a source of primary prosperity anymore. We need to really look at what is happening as the awareness and the technologies advances. What is happening is, in the last few decades, there has been a lot of innovations in the textiles, with the incorporation of the technologies which have been developed elsewhere, like the biotechnology, the information technology, nanotechnology, the maybe plasma technology, and the other technologies, that a lot of new materials are being available, and the expectations of the people, which was primarily based on the fulfilling the need, is no longer there. What they really want is something new, because the lifestyles have changed, the aspiration of the people have changed, and it is important that we really use the new technologies and really produce something which is innovative, something which is new. So if we really look at the trends, what we are really looking at is, we are moving away from the commodities to the specialties. We are constantly looking at what new raw materials we can really use, what new fibers we can use, what new finishes we can employ,
what new technologies of converting the fibers into yarns and the fabrics we can really employ to really offer something which is innovative, which really fulfills the aspiration of the people who really want something new. We are also looking at people who really want something biodegradable, which people who want something which really fits into the lifestyle, which really looks at the well-being of the people. And we are really constantly looking at innovating materials into giving products which are going to be useful to the community as such, and the designers and the technologists and the scientists can really play a big role into fulfilling the aspiration of the generations. Now, we are also looking at the textiles no longer as the source of just covering up the body. We are really looking at the textiles as the raw material for many other applications, which we would really call the fulfillment of many technical needs. The technical textiles, the smart textiles really come into the mind, and the application of the textiles in many fields which were not really the main fields of application is increasingly growing and will continue to grow. And the designers can really play a significant role in fulfilling the aspiration and the requirements of the people who are looking at certain functionalities. The functionalities will come primarily through the materials which are being produced, but they could also be changed with the designing of the garments and the designing of the products which could really be useful. If we really look at the technical application of the textile materials, we have at the one end where the designers can really play a significant role is in the protective textiles, where we are really looking at creating the garments for protection against the various hazards which we have, whether it's extreme cold, whether it's extreme heat, or whether it's a chemical resistance, whether it's a resistance against the radiations, or we have many other hazards where we really need textiles. But in the products which we get, the comfort becomes an issue, and the designers could really play a significant role in that particular arena, so that the performance of the people who are wearing that doesn't really suffer. Similarly, sports textiles, where the designing could really play a very prominent role, because apart from introducing the functionalities, the design could really enhance the functionalities and the well-being of the people who are involved in the active sports. So where we are really looking at the comfort aspects, the designing aspects, the ease of movement of the human body, where we really look at the fulfilling the functionalities without hindering the performance. The designers really have a significant role. Whereas there are aspects of technical textiles, such as geotextiles, or the textiles which are hidden inside the other materials, like the tire cords in the tire, or the airbag in the automobile, or if you really look at the composites, where the textiles may be part of the a composite material, where the textile provides the strength and the durability to the product, where the other materials such as rubber, plastics, and other technical materials would provide the other functionalities to the textiles. The design may not really be of primary importance. That would be a matter of really as a secondary importance. As has been pointed out, the requirement could really be met through various technologies which are being developed and innovated, and we are going to continuously look at the developments which are taking place, but the designers should be aware of these technologies, the new materials which are available to them, and how they can incorporate them even in the fashion garments or the fashion apparels, because the comfort is always the important aspect. The functionalities like moisture management on the human body, which was talked about, is a very significant, important thing which could be changed through the use of nanotechnology or changing the functionality of the fibers or yarn structures or the fabric structure. And one can really look at how to really make the newer things smart, use the inherently changing textile materials which could really change according to the environment or the conditions of their use. So there's a lot of technologies which are being developed and incorporated in the development of the new textiles, and the designers have to be aware of what and how to use them in the materials they are going to be using for their products. So this in brief was what I wanted to say, and probably you should really be constantly looking at the things which are happening in the arena of the textiles and the other technologies and how they could really incorporate it into each other to produce solutions which would be aspirational and useful to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. Now I'll request our respected chairperson, Mrs. Divya Chauhanji, to say a few words and bless us.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Firstly, dear students, I want you to give a big round of applause to your speakers. They have come from all over the world. Mr. Ram Sareen is sitting some wee hours of the morning, and I requested him to join back because I had not thanked him enough. I felt, and I still insist on calling him Dr. Ram Sareen because that is due, Mr. Sareen. I think we would love to invite you for honorary doctorate whenever you're available. Mr. Prasanna, who is no longer online, he was also wonderful to join from Oman, wherever he was there for his conference. We have wonderful people who have joined. Of course, there's Pratima Pandey-ji, Vijay Mathur-ji, Mr. Ishtiaq, and Mr. V.K. Kothari-ji. Thank you so much for being there. And we have one speaker left, ma'am. I'm sorry that I've taken your time, and I hope you can speak after this. We'll all be here. But first, I want the students to give a round applause. I cannot hear. Let's try and see if I can hear you all. I can see you all now. Even louder. I want it even louder. Okay, that's better. That's better. Great. We really appreciate all of you for joining. Mr. Sareen, I think you have been ahead of your times. You have been saying since the last 10 years, it's technology, technology, technology. And I think India is now understanding it very clearly that if they don't live with the times, they're going to be left behind, especially because we are one of the largest industry in this field. So thank you so much for always guiding the students. It's very important. I hope you can also find some role for the students that they can actually go further and do something, and you can guide them and where we can learn a little more. And maybe you can tell me and Dr. Joshi how we can involve more technology in our teaching here. That would be great.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I like to mention few things because we are speaking to students, and I work with more than 500 universities and colleges. I sit on the advisory board of several of them. And my only advice to students, the aspiring designers, think one thing only. Fashion is fit. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't sell. Fit is number one. 15 years ago, I was hired by the Ordnance Department in India, and it was surprisingly amazing data. Did you know that we have 147 sizes in India alone? In the military, there are Gurkha regiments from 4 feet 6 inches tall to Jat regiments 6 feet 4 inches tall, and everybody in between. So there is a challenge. Don't think that you're going to be a designer for everybody. Choose your product, choose a market, choose the age group, and then think margin of profit rather than becoming a very big one. Even when I heard the designer speaking, small thinking, small quantities, but make sure that whatever you make, it fits perfectly. Just remember, when people give you comments like, oh, you look so good, they're not saying because you're wearing a Dolce and Gabbana, because you look good in the garment you're wearing because it fits well at you. If you look at your own closets, you'll find only 10% of your garments are your favorite because they fit very well on you. So start thinking fit first and then look at the designing. Thank you all so much. It's always a pleasure. And I look forward to coming and visiting you guys personally soon.
Please, I
Thank
hope
you.
so, Mr. Ramsarin. I do agree with the
Thank-
bit. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining back as well.
Thank you.
Really appreciate. I know it's a very early in the morning for you now. But students, I hope you heard that fit is important, as anybody would say. That is the first thing I would see in my wardrobe too. So going further, I think all the other speakers have also stressed on sustainability, which is the next thing that we all have to look at. How to be more sustainable, and if you're with the times, then you are the future. So I do hope you have learned a lot. There are a lot of paper presentations. I'm not going to take too much time because I think every speaker has really tried their best to adhere to the time, especially keeping in mind all the knowledge that they have. They still try to keep to the time. So I'm not going to take too much time. I wish you all the best. Please make the most of this conference. Dr. Joshi has planned it with a lot of passion. You have great speakers, great people to learn from, and they have shared a lot of information. In fact, I was taking some photographs of the slides because I thought we could do a presentation later on with you and do an interactive session to see what you all have actually gathered from this. So wish you all the best, and thank you to all the speakers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
It is indeed an honor to
Sorry, I'll
present to
take a
you.
second. I see Dr. Shukla is still online. I'm sorry, Bache. I'll just take a second. Dr. Shukla, thank you very much. I can see you're still online. Somewhere you're hearing me between all your meetings. It's really a pleasure to have you bless the students and come and visit the conference. Thank you so much. Dr. Shukla keeps a very busy schedule, Mr. Sareen, but she still has made the effort to be there for us. Thank you very much.
Always appreciated. Thank you.
Please continue.
It is indeed an honor to present to you Dr. Swapna Mishra, Chief Operating Officer and Officiating CEO, Textile Sector Skill Council. She is experienced professional with a Doctor of Philosophy in Textile Technology from IIT Delhi, having a demonstrated history of working in the textile industry, engineering education and skill development in the textile mill and handloom sector. Skilled in education, textiles, skill development, material science, nanomaterials, polymers, lecturing, and nanotechnology. Dr. Swapna is a skilled professional with over 25 years of experience in teaching, research, and skill ecosystem in India. She is heading skill initiatives in the textile mill and handloom sector. Ma'am, may I request you to address the gathering?
Okay, so my name is Dr. Swapna Mishra, and I'm really honored to be here sharing the dais with the dignitaries, especially with Professor Kothari and Professor Ishtiaq, who have been my teachers during my MTech and PhD. I can speak Hindi, English, and Punjabi, and For this session, if I continue with both Hindi and English, is it okay for you? Okay, great. So as Professor Katari has already emphasized that, lifestyles change and aspirations, ambitions change. And with that, the fashion industry also has to change. In fact, every industry has to change. I would be slightly in line with the other speakers and slightly offbeat. I would present the challenges first and then the opportunities. And as I told earlier, I am focusing on education and skilling and what are the challenges and what are the opportunities. India has the youngest population of workforce, and the Prime Minister aims for it to be the skill capital of the world, providing skilled workforce and professionals. We have a large population, and if everybody does not get a suitable opportunity for employment or economic, enhancement, that can be a big challenge, and that is also our biggest opportunity. So coming to the challenges first, if you're able to, overcome the challenges and take them as opportunities, that is really a great advantage. So I'm focusing on challenges in three sectors here. One is education. One problem is there is a huge gap with the industry requirements and what the institutes are teaching. One challenge, of course, as Professor Kothari already said, things are changing. They change our aspirations. Few decades back, if a celebrity repeated their outfit, they were really ridiculed and condemned. And now we take pride in garments which are pre-loved or recycled or sustainable. So our aspirations change very quickly every decade, every year, and the education system is not really able to match up with the industry requirements. The second is there is lack of practical exposure to the students as to the latest technology, latest developments. Some people, there is a vocational sector also where people have skills and they get the jobs. For example, if there is a designer who can design well and may not have a formal education, he or she is really acceptable. But normally skills are sort of related with something which is not respected so much in our country. For example, if we take a plumber or a weaver or a carpenter, normally skills are associated with those things and not really with managerial skills, with observation skills, with skills to analyze things and change, adapt. So those skills. So normally skills are related at a very low level and they do not generally have academic degree or recognition. So there is a mismatch or a gap between education and skills. And also the industry does not have time for research, innovation and development. The educational institutions are equipped for that, but they do not have the latest technology, machinery or the know-how. They always have to train people post-employment. So they will recruit, train, and then deploy. So the industry wastes a lot of time and, expertise and money in that. So the challenges is quality of education, the training of the trainers, professors, lab assistants, as per the changing demand or the technology, the curriculum development as per the latest requirements, infrastructure and resources, the stigma surrounding vocational education and the employability and placement. How much money does it offer? So even in the employment sector, the aspirations of the students are also changing. Do I want a 9-to-5 job? Do I want flexibility? Do I want work from home? What is the income I want? Do I want to be the boss or do I want to work under wage employment? So these aspirations are also changing. And COVID has, of course, given us a chance to think whether we would like to have flexible timings, an opportunity to choose our outfit in which we work and choose the destination where we want to work. So things are changing, fast moving, and we need a workforce of professionals who are equipped actually to deal with these changes. So this is what I am focusing on. The missing of adequate academia and industry connect, little or almost no exposure for on-the-job training during education, even the engineering courses which have provision for internships. Normally what happens is the industry is not ready to get the students on the latest machinery, and the students are also little reluctant to go daily and work on a 9 to 5 basis. So sometimes it happens that the industry grants a certificate and the students also takes a certificate without actually going on the job training. So there are certificates and degrees, but little or no competency as per the requirement of the industry. They may have competency, but it doesn't match. There are competencies which we learn during experience or during our exposure. For example, today, a lot of students would have learned how to organize an event, but they don't have a certificate to actually prove that. There is industry which spends on post-training. The employers don't find the right workforce, and there are students who don't find the right jobs. So there is a requirement and there is an availability, but there's a mismatch of candidates' aspirations and market requirements. Also, there are institutions struggling with admissions. So if there is an IT requirement, everybody goes with courses which are just teaching IT and AI and, the core engineering, they are not taking, or core fashion, they're not taking. So there are people struggling with placements, people struggling with admissions, while there is industry which wants people with certain competency, and they're ready to pay anything for people with those competency. So these are the challenges which we currently have, and as I said, challenges of course means opportunities. So every problem is an opportunity in disguise, and the government has come with a very beautiful concept called the NEP and the National Credit Framework, which combines the skilling as well as education. So it's a handshake between skilling and education. Giving respect to skilling and also giving certification to skills which are already there. So skills and academics come together and we enhance the skill level in the sense both academic skills as well as practical skills. So this is what I would be speaking on. So the opportunities are that, the candidates which are coming out of the educational institution or the skill ecosystem would be aligned with industry needs. They promote practical skills, actually going there and learning on the shop floor, and there'll be flexibility in learning. You can learn online, offline, in the college, outside the college, in the industry, outside industry, academy, upstocks, whatever. Get the credits and get them included in your course. So the universities or colleges have to really revamp their education system, like everybody else is saying that we need to revamp the fashion and textiles to match with the aspirations of the students and the market. And there'll be multiple entry and exit options. You can do the first year, exit, do a job, come back, use those credits and come back, do the second year, third year, and then go back. And the institutions have to get geared up, to be able to cater to that kind of a thing. And when you go back and work, you can also gain credits for that skills and use it in your second year or third year or final year, whatever that is. You can have apprentice embedded degrees. So the government is keen on promoting entrepreneurship, startups, and there are schemes for that. Recognition of skills you already have. Through experiential learning, through informal learning, and also through formal learning. For example, we have developed a course for handloom weavers with the help of NIOS, where they have weaving, dyeing, designing, entrepreneurship, and they can take any one language. And of the 26 languages which are there, and they can work it up in this period of 5 years and get their class 10 certification, which is as good as any class 10 certifications. This is one example. So we develop courses which is industry, as per industry requirement, and how it happens is the first stage is that we have stakeholders discussion with industry members, academia, and subject matter experts. And we first identify the courses which are required to be developed, which the industry needs right now. And this is an ever-changing process and, a continuous process. Once we identify the courses, we identify the core competencies which are required, the knowledge and understanding behind it, and also the generic skills which are required. And then we have a review. We give it back to the industry for feedback. And once they endorse it, then we send it to the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, which is a body like UTC and AICT for the skill ecosystem under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. We have a stakeholders discussion, and then once at least 30 to 40 industries endorse that they would be ready to employ these people with these competencies, then this is declared as a national standard. And that's called NSQC approval, which is National Skills Qualification Committee. Once this is done, it can be incorporated in the educational institutions and also independent certifications. And government fundings are available for NSQC approved certificates, be it run by any third party training provider or by educational institution. So that's the process, how the curriculum is made, and every 6 months to 2 years, it is revised depending on how fast that ecosystem is changing. And again, you have to have endorsement with at least 30-40 people and other stakeholders. So the government has brought the Skill India mission, the Startup India, the Make in India, an effective and elaborate training plan. And there are sector skill councils under MSD. So there are currently 36 sector skill councils, each for, a separate one for electronics, aviation, plumbing, water, aviation, banking, finance. We deal with the textile, mill and handloom sector. The related councils are handicraft and carpets, and also the apparel and homemade and home furnishings. So there are various training schemes like the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, which reimburses the training cost, assessment cost, also the wage compensation of people who come back to learn and for recognition of prior learning. And then there is DDU, GKY, NULM. Then there is also Samard scheme from Ministry of Textile. These are various government initiatives to fund the efforts to skill the students as per the industry requirements. Some of them are also availed by the industry, some of them are availed by third-party training providers, and some of them are also availed by educational institutions. Then there are apprenticeship promotion schemes where reimbursement at the rate of 1,500 to 4,500 and also 20,000 per month is given to the training provider, which can be an industry or an academic institution, for training the student as per the latest initiative. Then there is National Technical Textile Mission, internship opportunities, funding for course development, skill development. So these are the things the government is doing. There are courses which also offer international mobility. Currently, we have at least 3 job roles which offer international mobility to machine operators to countries like Japan and South Africa, where the machine operator is able to save 3 to 4 lakhs per month, if they are going through that. Of course, these initiatives are also additional. They get some orientation from Ministry of External Affairs about the country they are going to and what they are expected to do. All the exchange programs with various universities. We also have international mapping of these courses, that where the other, so there are sector skill council in UK, in Canada, Australia, US, and there is a mapping of certain courses with them, and whether they accept the credit transfer from here to there. So all these kind of efforts are being done, and this is available. Now the skill ecosystem, there is a ministry right at the very top. The effort was initially under the Ministry of Finance, and after 2015, a new ministry was created, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and all skilling efforts are now moving in under this ministry. So there is NCVT, which regulates the entire ecosystem. Then there is NSDC, which has 51% government and 49% industry stake, and the industry representatives are on the board and they constantly review what is being done. And under that, there are sector skill councils. So like we are one SSC, Textile Sector Skill Council, dealing with the textile mill and handloom sector. Under the SSC, there are two arms. One is a training provider, which could be the industry or academic institution, which gets reimbursement for getting the training done. And then there is an assessment agency, which gets the assessments done. So we train the trainers and then we train the assessors, and the targets are given to the training provider and the assessment agency. And once the training is completed, we send the assessors to assess. There is third-party assessment. The assessors are usually industry people, so it's kind of a pre-placement assessment, you can say, accepted by the industry. And after that, when the results are there and we approve, there is a certification to the candidate. If there is wage compensation available, that goes direct beneficiary transfer to the candidate, and the training provider gets reimbursed for the training cost. So we started in August 2014, and we deal with right from ginning to technical textiles, the entire value system. And currently we have 77 qualification packs. So Dr. Joshi has already, said that, the importance of textiles and, how much important it is. We have all the industry associations and TRAs and DC handlooms on our board. These are the training achievements, the popular job roles, which you can look up on our website. We've also been awarded by the ministry and other organizations for our efforts into bringing skilling and education together. And there are various opportunities. Few institutions I have listed. I would just quote one for paucity of time from Mizoram University. We work in handloom. So we taught them weaving in the first year. There were 13 girls and 1 boy. And after that, lockdown happened. So they got yarn of 7,500 from the university, and they wove the fabric, and then lockdown happened and we told them to make masks while they're at home, and they sold masks worth 1 lakh during lockdown, direct beneficiary transfer. And this was the first time they got the money in their account. This was Northeast. They had never stepped out of their homes. And then in the second year, we taught them designing, and we taught them a little about machine maintenance, and we called them to Aga Khan Hall and to Janpat and also to Delhi Haat on various government funded schemes, so they didn't have to spend even a penny on coming here or staying here. And they came and they saw various things, so next time they came with more products, and then after that we taught them handloom entrepreneurship, made a producer company, got them on GEM e-marketing portal and also on eShilp Mart. So by the time they finished the third year, they were already selling. And then we asked them to bid for their own university convocation gowns, giving them a order from UGC that handlooms should be encouraged in convocations. And by chance at that time, government had banned anything from China. So earlier a Chinese company was providing those gowns. So they won the bid, and their vice chancellor and their chief minister won gowns prepared by them. And they were, by the end of third year, they were on their own. And other people came to, help them and, give them further trainings. So these are the further job roles which are, sustainability which are coming, and we are preparing job roles on them. So anybody interested can get connected with us. That's all. The contact details in case you're interested. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much.
Swapna ji, that was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the eminent speakers of the inaugural session of INCFAT 23. I will request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi to kindly thank all the speakers with Amity mementos. Mr. Vijay Mathur.
Smita, I'd like to thank Swapna ji. That was a very detailed talk. Really nice, Swapna ji. Thank you. Thank you, Mathur ji. Thank you so much for being here.
Professor Dr. S.M. Ishtiaq. Professor Dr. V.K. Kothari.
Thank you, Mr. Ishtiaq. Thank you, Mr. Kothari ji. So great.
Dr. Swapna Mishra.
Swapna ji.
So with this, we come to the end of our inaugural session. I will request all the invited speakers of this session to join us for a cup of tea in the lounge while we start with technical session 1. Now for technical session 1, I will request all the speakers to come on the dais. I am very delighted to welcome you all to technical session 1 of the International Conference of Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2023, a session focused on vital and timely theme of reuse, reduce and recycling in the fashion and textiles. In a world where environmental sustainability has become a global imperative, the fashion and textile industry stands at the forefront of this transformative change. As we convene for this session, we find ourselves at a critical juncture facing both the urgent need and the remarkable opportunities. So without further delay, let's begin our session on reduce, reuse and recycling in the fashion and textiles. So can I have all the paper presenters to come on the dais and take their seats?
Smita, I'll take a second.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please.
Wishing all the students all the best. This was always founder's dream that he wanted the fashion students to do something different and always go ahead. It was his vision that we should definitely have fashion, and it has grown to this state. So I'm very grateful to founder president for making sure this vision has come true. Dr. Ramsareen, thank you so much. It's late for you, but thank you so much and really appreciate you joining back. And I'll leave the students to their next session. Thank you to all the other speakers.
Thank you, ma'am, for your constant inspiration and encouragement to all of us.
Okay, starting with the paper presentation session for today. First up, we have Ms. Sonal Chaudhary from Department of Design, Banasthali Vidyapith, Rajasthan, presenting a research on designing of scarf with parathenium extract by resist printing techniques. Ms. Sonal Chaudhary, everyone.
In the meantime, can I just request the speakers of technical session 1 to come on the dais? Mr. Amar Mithapalli, Ms. Nidhi Yadav, Ms. Astha Singh and Ms. Droni Sharma, Dr. Shefali Messi. Could you please come on the dais? And Ms. Sonal Chaudhary starts with her presentation.
Good morning, all of you. I am Sonal Chaudhary, Research Scholar in Design Department of Banasthali Vidyapith. Today, I am here to present my research work related to designing of scarf with parathenium extract by resist printing techniques. Basically, we all know about natural dyes. Basically, natural dyes are extracted from plants, animal and mineral sources. And basically plant sources means just like leaves and different parts of plants, just like leaves and leaves and stems, barks, other parts also. Basically in natural dyes, we explore different parts, just like bark. I am working on extraction of parathenium fiber, parathenium leaf dye through natural extraction. As we all know, parathenium is a basically weed plant which is available in all over the world. Parathenium is a Astraea family which belong and overall 35 million hectare of land are 35 hectare land available of parathenium fiber. Basically, in parathenium leaf is used to extract the dye, natural dye, to dye the cotton fabric. We can create a scarf through natural dye printing. Objective of the study to assess the consumer preference for designing scarves, to develop the design sheet of a scarf, to develop the most preferred design into prototypes, to evaluate the acceptability and marketability of the prototypes, and delimit of the studies, only cotton fabric was used, only pomegranate mordant was used for the study. The study will be delimited to 50 respondents. Natural dyes extracted from Parthenium leaves, only tie and dye and hammer printing technique was used. Methodology of the studies, locale of the study, selection of the respondent, tools and procedure of the data collection, analysis of data. Work plan of the studies, firstly locale of the study, then selection of respondent, tool and procedure for the data collection. Phase 1, collection of study material. Collection of study material basically from primary sources and secondary sources. Primary sources is from just like collect through questionnaire and interviews, and secondary sources is like just like books and journals. Second one is sample collection. Basically 50 respondents are selected for the survey. Then data collection, analysis of data. Phase 2, development of design sheet, selection of design sheet and development of the prototype. Phase 3, evaluation of color fastness and evaluation of developed prototypes. Firstly, we discuss about survey, pre-survey of the study. Firstly, we study about respondent, how aware about the different regis technique, just like tie and dye technique. Tie and dye technique. 96% people are aware about tie and dye technique. Only 4% people are not aware about tie and dye technique. Next, awareness about hammer printing. Basically, 60% people are aware about hammer printing. Only 40% people are not aware for it. Consumer preference for product. Basically, in regis printing used just like tie and dye and hammer printing. Consumer preference mostly accessories for the production of product. 42% preferred accessories, 24% garments, and 20% home furnishing, and basically most preferred one is accessories. Type of accessories preferred by the respondent. Basically, scarves are preferred by the respondent. Type of fabric, basically natural fabric are preferred the most, 48%, and 23% are blended fabric, and 10% are synthetic fabrics. Preference of tie and dye techniques. Most of the respondents are like to tie and dye technique in Lahariya technique through natural dyes. Preferences for type of dyes. Basically, natural dyes are more preferred as compared to synthetic dyes. Preferences of hammer printing. Basically, for hammer printing, basically leaves, flowers, and both three options are here. Mostly people are preferred by leaf printing. Evaluation of the design sheet of a scarf prepared for development of prototypes. Basis of tie and dye effect, sheet number 13 was selected, and his score is 4.86. Suitability of hammer printing and design number 20 was selected, and his weighted mean is 4.88. Overall appearance of 3 sheets, basically design number 13 sheets was 4.92, and average overall all the sheets design number 13 was a higher score. For the development of product, basically first we take a mordant as a pomegranate peel and boil it, then fabric are dipped into it for 1 hour for mordanting, then natural dye. Mordanting, after mordanting, then tie the fabric and then dye with extracted dye from Parthenium leaves. Then we forward about hammer printing. Basically, in hammer printing, take a fabric and then put the leaf into it and cover it with malmal fabric or other fabric. Then apply pressure, then the effect of leaf into the fabric. These are the prototypes. Design number 1 is basically for tie and dye effect through natural dye extracted from Parthenium. Prototype 2nd is basically a hammer printing, and prototype 3 is basically for both the techniques. Assessment of color fastness, basically tie and dye effect has the more color fastness rating as compared to other. Consumer acceptability for basically aesthetic appeal, design number 3 was the more preferred as compared to other, and on the basis of clarity of tie and dye, design number second was selected, and basically basis of hammer printing 4.82 rating was third, and average weighted mean of developed prototype, basically first one is second sample 4.79, and second was the 4.58 second one, and third one is 4.48. Basically these products are very available at very low cost. Scarf number 1 is 150, scarf number 2 is 120, and scarf 3 is 180. Basically conclusion of the study is that as we all know, sustainable and natural dyes are used for sustainability and eco-friendly. So we can use different parts of plants and minerals for use for natural dyeing, and also develop a new effect through it. Basically hammer printing is not as much used as we all know, so we can use with different leaves and flowers and etc, and to enhance the aesthetic appeal of cotton fabric and new look to it. And also we can use further fabrics for study, just like silk also create a very beautiful effect, and its colors are very beautiful into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very informational. Continuing with the session, we have our next speaker, Mr. Amar Mittapalli from School of Design, Avantika University, on his paper, Analysis of Mekhala Chadar, Craft Cluster for Augmentation of the Craft. I would like to welcome you, sir.
With all my enthusiasm, I reached the Integrated Textile Park of Assam, the land of the golden threads, to revive the years-old tradition of creating Mekhala Chador, which once ruled, is now almost an endangered handloom of India and is under dust, thus losing its purity and grandeur. The process starts with untangling of single-ply yarns in a spindle or a charkha, either done manually or using machinery by the women, which leads to then filling out the bobbins. Once the bobbins are filled, they are then taken to the roller to create multiple ply yarns for weaving. The single ply yarns are handled in a very gentle manner for the drumming process involved in creating the warp. To strengthen and enhance the warp in an up and down motion of weaving, the yarns are then twisted together and put through the strainer at an equal distance, while the yarn endings are cinched using a candle to prevent the edges from fraying. Before sitting on the loom, it is also prepared accordingly. The knotting of yarns takes place at the well-aligned hooks and the jacquard harness. The warp threads on the loom are raised and lowered on the harnesses. To create the patterns, punch cards are prepared that are tied along each other and then attached to the loom. At 11 sharp, it's the tea time for all the working ladies to relax and chat for a while. Afterwards, the room again is filled with the pulls of the levers and paddles. All the tribal women from the nearby Bodo village are happily and enthusiastically working here without any breaks. Now the bobbin is placed inside the wooden shuttle. The weft yarn loaded shuttle is moved between the warp yarns for the weaving process. The warp yarns are held by the handles in the loom and are pulled through. Sometimes the gears are tightened and shifted to create a tight weave or a loose weave. All these movements should occur in correspondence to acquire the smooth flow of weaving process. Finally, all the hard work pays when the product is ready. The prevailing summer months calls for cotton fabric. Thus, mekla made from cotton is cheap with easy maintenance, good quality and durability. Mekla chador is also made with eri, pat and munga silk, but cotton is more common. Through the dedication and hard work of the tribal women from Bodo village and few designers, the art of creating mekla chador is still breathing. Thus, we can look forward to the preservation and a promising future of this handloom tradition.
Good afternoon, everyone. The paper topic is the analysis of Mekla Chadar craft cluster for the augmentation of the craft. The main objective of the paper is to study the manufacturing process of the Mekla Chadar. In Bodo village, craft cluster identifies and analyze problems of the weavers relating to the production process and evaluation of challenges faced by the weaver to propose the potential solutions. The study was carried out in the Bodo village of the Bodoland Territorial Area Districts, Assam. The area under study is craft cluster, an integrated textile park sponsored by the government of India and established in 2017 at Bodo village, Baksa, Assam. This place is surrounding 150 kilometer away from the Guwahati. There were the 22 weaving units comprising these 320 looms, more than the 300 weavers and the workers, with each unit being managed by the one supervisor. In this research, data collection played a vital role to find out the problems related to the manufacturing process, production and the raw materials. We saw the some of the more seen this some more information was collected from the observation like handlooms and other equipments. It's very less looms are available over there according to the weavers, and the raw material sourcing is very difficult over there. If you want to purchase any raw material, they have to go to visit the Guwahati or the Shivsagar, which is away from this place 150 kilometer to 350 kilometer away. The weaving and the color patterns also very limitations over there because lack of the digital resources and the uneducated weavers also over there. And they face the loss of the production problem also. They only produce the 4 meter fabric of the per day, and the work culture is it's good, and they are very enthusiastic to work and produce the more fabrics over there. But there are the too many lack of the there are the too many problems over there. Like first problem is the electricity. They don't get the enough electricity over there. And they cannot do it the customized products also because depends on availability. There is no availability of the yarns, the proper yarns and the cards and the other materials. The main objective of the paper, the conclusion of the this paper was to improve the connectivity, reduction of the power cuts and the residential apartments required over there because they had to travel daily almost 150 kilometers to reach at that place. And there is no dyeing unit availability over there at that place, weaving center. Again, they had to go for the dyeing at the Guwahati or the Shivsagar. In this paper, in this study, primarily delivered into the challenges within the manufacturing process that affect productivity and the broader aspects of marketing and the designing the lifestyle of the weavers are not discussed in this paper. To ensure the preservation of the handloom heritage, it's essential to gain a profound understanding of the challenges. Already today in the morning session, one of the distinguished guests is discussed about the importance of the Indian handlooms. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Moving ahead, we have Ms. Nidhi Yadav from Department of Fashion and Textiles, Swami Vivekananda Subharti University, Meerut, presenting her research on sustainability in the carpet industry.
Good afternoon, everyone here. I'm Nidhi Yadav from PhD scholar from Swami Vivekananda Subharti University, Meerut. Today's topic for the discussion is sustainability in the carpet industry, an innovative and integrated approach. So, as you all know, sustainability is a global issue and is very talked about topic in today's time. Sustainability is also required innovation in every aspects of life. So here I will present my paper on sustainability in textile floor covering, which is very demanding industry throughout the history. First, flooring is the foundation of any beautiful room. Start with a great carpet and the rest will fall into the place. Today I will discuss about the eco-friendly and innovative material for the carpet, reuse, recycling of carpet, and making of innovative products through the carpet waste and association of industries who are involved in making of innovative products. First, I will discuss about the types of carpet and its manufacturing. Carpet are of few types like knotted carpet, woven carpet, knitted carpet, tufted carpets, and the bonded one. Knotted carpet is made through small threads of yarns which are tied onto the warp yarns. And the woven carpet, as you all know about the weaving, it is made by the weaving, and it is very expensive and required great expenditure. Knitted carpet is much like a woven carpet and is made through knitting machines. Tufted carpet, it is different from the other ones, and it has already pro-woven backing in it, and tuft is inserted into the pre-woven backing. The bonded carpet are in which the piles are attached to the adhesives. Again, the woven carpet is divided into two parts, plain carpet and pile carpets. Plain carpet have no piles on the carpets, and pile carpets again divided into few carpets like wire carpet, ex-minister carpets, repair ex-minister, chenille ex-minister, double carpet, and knotted one carpet. Now, how these made and what type of fiber and yarns used for this carpet? Nylon, so as you all know, environment perspective, in carpet manufacturing, raw material do matters. Carpet finally made from wool, jute, silk, or man-made synthetic fibers, and sustainable resources are used to make carpet, including eco-truss backing, regenerable and recycled yarns. And these materials can be recycled into new products after usage and complete the color closed loop system. First fiber for used for making a carpet is nylon. It is a synthetic fiber and it is divided into two parts like nylon 6 and nylon 6/6. It has a good economic value and highly popular material for the carpet for the recycling of the process. Polypropylene. This is the another carpet, which is another fiber which is used for carpet making. Another name for is olefin. Durable one, color fast is very good, good for indoor and outdoor carpeting. PTT. It is also called polyethylene trimethylene terephthalate, also called Trixtra. Easier to clean, but it has a high production cost. PET. The next one is PET, polyethylene terephthalate. It is a water bottle plastic basically, which is used for making in construction of the carpet. Acrylics, artificial wool, and it is not very durable material for carpet. These are some synthetic fibers which are used for making the carpets. Now, wool, silk, and jute. These are the natural fibers used for making the carpet and biodegradable also. So it is preferable to make carpets in natural fibers like wool, silk, and jute, but these are high in cost. Now let's see a diagram here, the recycling process of these fiber or yarns. Here diagram shows there are 8 type of approaches where you can recycle these post-consumer carpets. First is use phase, like reuse carpets whenever it is possible. Approach 2 is components. If it is not feasible to reuse, then the carpet goes back to the initial one and disconnected from the backing and the use layer. Approach 3 is when feasible, directly reuse the fiber for another product. Approach 4 is polymer reuse from component. Approach 5 is recycling of monomaterial components into monomers. Approach 6, for polymer combinations that cannot be recycled directly into monomers, return to base chemicals. Now, approach 7, avoid landfills while combining energy resources. As you know, carpet is a very heavy material. When it is disposed of, it has a very high weight for the landfills. Approach 8 is use natural fibers that complete biodegradation process. Now, come on to there are some companies who are associated with the recycling and reuse of the carpet making. Carpet recycling has increased every year. Entrepreneurs, NGOs, carpet industries, government and academia, they all are come forward to act as a catalyst for the development of the new market. Recycled post-consumer carpet can be converted into plastic pellets, broadloom and carpet tile, automotive parts, transportation materials, building and home industry, gardening industries, as well as in the material of sports also. Here are some of the few companies which I enlisted here. American Fiber. It is a 100% recyclable synthetic fiber company into cushion and pad products. Aquafil, premium carpet fiber company. It is involved in EcoNil regeneration. EcoNil is a alternate product of nylon fiber made from waste material. Interface. Interface is a designer carpet tile making company. JJ Flooring, involved in broadloom and modular carpet and textile composite flooring. Los Angeles Fiber, it is a largest collector and processor of carpet waste company. They collect post-consumer carpet from the consumer and recycle them into fibers and make textile flooring. Geohe, this company is involved in making a sediment and erosion control product from carpet waste. Canada's Sentiva is a global leader in making innovative and sustainable flooring and sports surface. So, it is to recover and recycle post-consumer carpet. Reliance, world biggest recycle of post-consumer carpet for the past 15 years. Quick Tech. The goal is to recycle post-consumer carpet to create long-lasting, environmental friendly building materials like insulation bats, which is used in commercial building walls and ceiling to provide acoustic and thermal insulation. So these are the some few companies which are come forward for the recycling of the carpet and making new products. So here I conclude my paper in some few points like increase reuse of the carpet. It is the most cost-effective process with the objective of reducing landfill and energy recovery. Design for circularity. Design your product in a way so that it can be recycled and it has a closed cycle system. increase diversion from landfills. Existing disposable collection and sorting schemes need to be improved for the diversion from the landfills. Shift towards recycling. It means give more emphasis towards adequate solution of recycling processes and taking into account the economic feasibility and scaling of the ideas and technologies. We need to take care of collection, sorting, and reprocessing scheme where consumer easily dispose the old carpet to avoid landfills. Finally, products performance may be enhanced by technological innovation at every stage of the value chain, allowing materials to be fully circular and maximizing the use of renewable and recycled sources. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was very informational and knowledgeable. Now, I would like to continue with the session with our next speakers, Ms. Asta Singh and Ms. Droni Sharma from Amity School of Fashion Technology, Amity University, on their paper, The Effect of Technological Enhancement in Sustainable Fashion and Practices. I would like to welcome you to the dais, ma'am.
A warm and pleasant morning to everyone present here. I am Droni Sharma, standing here to share a presentation on the topic, the effect of technological enhancement in sustainable fashion and practices, with my co-partner Asta Singh Tomar from Amity University, Rajasthan. Now, let's dive into the topic. As we all know, clothing is a major requirement for us, and in the process of this cloth making, there are many environmental effects. Hence, this is the reason you will frequently hear the word eco-friendly. People are trying to shift towards green practices or as they have become aware that these processes are destroying the environment. In this presentation, we will discuss the new developments in the textile field which are being used, such as plastic bag fabric, air dyeing, digital printing, and many others. Eco-friendly techniques have a positive impact on the environment and do not cause any damage to the sustainability. Innovations like 3D printing, digital printing, smart textiles have made the cloth making process more efficient and has also led to reduced wastage. It is marvelous how technology can help us reach new heights. Some of the sustainable practices are using eco-friendly materials like organic cotton, reduce water and energy consumption, ethical labor practices, and recycling. We all can agree that there is a wave of transformation in a fashion industry towards sustainable fashion, such as brand adopting transparent supply chains, lab-grown fabric, and many recycling technologies. Growing awareness among consumers is also a big positive side. Bagru printing practices. Bagru is a traditional block practice originated in Bagru, Rajasthan. It involves hand-carved designs on wooden blocks which are then used to print on fabric. As we can see in the picture, the feature of Bagru printing is articular, geometric motifs, and organic design. They also use natural dyes in the process. Sanganer printing practices. It is similar to Bagru printing originated in Sanganer, Rajasthan. Sanganer prints are known for vibrant color, geometric patterns, and floral motifs. It's still practiced today and represent the cultural heritage of Sanganer. I would like to conclude this topic by saying that technology advancement are necessary, but we should not let these traditional practices fade away. We need to preserve them in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Dr. Shefali Messi from Department of Textiles and Apparel Designing, College of Home Science, Govind Vallabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, presenting her research on fashion involvement in post-consumer textile waste management.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I know, dear students, you all have been sitting since morning. So I would try to be brief as well as share my research with you in a more interesting way. So may I start? Okay. So I am Dr. Shefali Messi, working as Assistant Professor in Department of Textiles and Apparel Designing, Govind Vallabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar. And today I will share my research work based on fashion involvement and post-consumer textile waste management. So before going onwards, that what is fashion involvement, what is post-consumer textile management, let's take a look at how fashion industry has evolved over the time and understand the changes in the market scenario or the market activity. So traditionally our fashion industry was home based, and however the major changes they came around early towards the 19th century with the industrial revolution, particularly with the invention of sewing machine, yarn spinning, development of yarn spinning and fabric weaving industry. So with this industrial revolution, ready to wear industry started to begin to evolve, and especially in the developed countries where the business clusters have been formed. During this stage, when these business clusters was formed, the supply chain was more consolidated and the manufacturing was mainly located in developed countries. However, the consumerism was low. So with the this scenario changed towards the 20th century, and with the advancement of transportation and communication technology and business. So with the technological advancement in 1995, also with the establishment of World Trade Organization, which helped in international trade. And with the international trade, the global rules of trade, they provided the assurity as well as quality of the fashion brand and encouraged sourcing of fashion products from those business clusters into all over the world, especially in the developing countries. And with this addition in 2005, with the introduction of quota free trade, the business, it expanded and globalized quickly. So with this, you can see here, you can see in the past 20 years, when we see the clothing production has almost doubled. That is because of the higher demand from the middle class, which is all over across the world. Whereas the garment usage has decreased. The number of times garment usage means the number of times the garment has been worn has been reduced considerably. So this involved with the fast fashion consumption. The people, they started to purchase more, but they do not wear that garment more repeatedly. And that is also seen in the young generation also, and in these today's lines also. So this growth of fashion industry leads to the cost reduction. We have easy access to diverse raw materials. Value acquisition was there, means more type of garments were there, and the developing country shows major growth and they give reduced cost to their customers. So this is how the fast fashion evolved. So now the scenario is that less than 1% of the materials used in clothing is recycled, and 87% of it goes into the landfill, and one garbage truck of textile. It is very, alarming. In landfill is going into landfill per second, and only 20% of the donated clothing it goes to the secondary or second hand market. And annually, annually means in a year, 500,000 tons of plastic microfiber they shed during this washing of synthetic textiles. And you know what is synthetic textiles? Polyester, nylon, acrylics, and other synthetic fibers. And mind it, these numbers are going to increase considerably by 2050. So there is a research gap to show that how this shift in clothing or lifestyle changes are there and the consumption pattern of Indian consumers. So with the rise in middle class and rapid urbanization and more international brands which are coming into the Indian market, there is need to see that how Indian consumers, or you can say how fashion involved Indian consumers are managing the waste management practices. So this study has been done with the objective to study the textile consumption and waste management practices of Indian consumers. So moving on, I just want to give you a brief idea that what is involvement on fashion involvement. Involvement is when a person is very much interested in a specific object or thing. And fashion involvement is when an individual is very particular or has significance or importance towards the fashion clothing. So we want to see in our study that whether fashion involved consumers are managing, how they are managing their post-consumer textile waste, or how they are managing their textile waste prevention behavior. So in this, we had done a quantitative online survey using the software Qualitrix, and it mainly focused on the Delhi and Bombay consumers. And there were standardized measurement scales which are taken related to the fashion involvement and textile waste management practices. Population was split into 3 groups based on their involvement of fashion: high level involved fashion consumers, middle level involved fashion consumers, and low level involved fashion consumers. And data was collected, and there was a total of 178 respondents, you can say usable respondents, whose responses have been collected. And then we applied various statistic analysis to draw the conclusion. So results you can see here, the demographic characteristics, more were females, born between generation Y, that is 1982 to 2000, that is known as generation Y respondents. Mostly they are bachelors, or you can say graduates, and their income, family income, is ranging from 70,000 to 8 lakhs. So when we analyze the textile waste management practices, we see through different statistical analysis, and it was found that the value of waste management was significantly different between high and low level fashion conscious. Now, what does this mean? It means the consumers having high and medium level of interest in fashion are more involved in textile waste management practices, whereas the consumers with low level of interest, they are less involved in textile waste management practices. Means that fashion conscious consumers, they know about sustainability, they know about how to reuse, they know about how to resell. Similarly, the waste prevention behavior was also analyzed of all the 3 consumers, and again our study says that more high and medium income group of medium level interest of people have more of waste prevention behavior. So coming to the conclusion, we can say that the Indian consumers who are more fashion aware are likely to manage their post-consumer textile waste efficiently than the people who are less involved in fashion. So with this study responses, we have we can say the implication of this study is use of more of sustainable behavior, sustainable products, imposing the pro-environmental behavior among the Indian consumers, awareness campaigns, circularity and waste utilization, and what is our role as a consumer in this making supply chain sustainable is you consider clothing purchase as an investment. Invest, so when you know just deposit it or don't wear it, you will get hurt. Ki, this is my valuable asset, why I'm not wearing? Buy less and buy better. Know your apparels and materials means 100% recycled or virgin apparels or khadi apparels. Buy second-hand vintage clothing, or you can also go for renting process and give your clothes a second life. And think before you are washing synthetics and or purchasing synthetics. So these are all the things which we can do as end consumers. Thank you so much. Any questions? If any query? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shefali. Now, with these paper presentations, we come to the end of technical session 1. Our very learned researchers have also made their poster presentations. You are requested to kindly spare your few minutes and see those.
The poster presentations are done by Ms. Anjali Bhardwaj, Ms. Radhika Pal, Ms. Sweta Moga, Ms. Kesar Sinha, Ms. Kumari Parul Tomar, Ms. Harshita Batra, and Ms. Pragya Paliwal.
So we'll request once again to go and see the poster presentations also. And I will request delegates, panelists, invited speakers and faculty to join us for lunch in F1 foyer. Students can take a quick meal and make sure they are back by 1:55 p.m. as we are starting technical session 2 with an international speaker. So we have to be here on time so that we can start the session sharp at 2 and continue our journey of learning and enrichment. So students, please make sure you're back by 1:55 p.m. Thank you. Conference on Fashion, Apparel and Textiles 2023, dedicated to the crucial and ever-evolving topic of sustainable fashion. In the realm of fashion, sustainability has emerged as a beacon of hope, illuminating a path towards a more responsible, ethical and environmental conscious industry. This session serves as a platform for us to explore, discuss and dissect the multifaceted dimensions of sustainable fashion. So for this session, we will initiate with the paper presentations.
We would like to initiate with the paper presentation of Ms. Shaista Atik from Lady Shaista Atik from Department of Fabric and Apparel Science, Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi.
Ms. Shaista, can we have you on the dais? And I'll request other researchers also for technical session 2 to come on the dais. Ms. Lisa Nagpal, Dr. Preeti Dhankar, Ms. Rajni Bala, and Dr. Akanksha Parikh. I'll request you to please come and take your seats on the dais. And once again, Ms. Shaista Atik for her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shaista Atik. I'm a PhD scholar from Lady Irwin College, and today I'm going to be talking on unconventional sustainable textile fibers and their potential in the luxury fashion industry. So I think this definition of sustainable development, that sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, has been discussed. It is something that we all know by heart what sustainable development is. This development was given the first time by the Burton report, which it was called the Common Future, and it was coined in 1987. And ever since that time, this topic has been in discussion. So about the textile industry, first I want to discuss about what the textile industry basically is. So textile industry, as we all know, that it is one of the major sectors and it contributes to economic growth, and also it gives employment to a large number of people. So after agriculture, textile industry probably is the industry which is employing such a large amount of people and giving economic empowerment to a lot of people. It provides a lot of cheap labor, especially in developing countries. Textile industry also involves a complex supply chain. It encompasses various sectors and it is known for causing a lot of environmental pollution also. So we all know that dyeing and all the other textile processing processes, they do a lot of harm to our environment. So we have to look into it and we have to find ways to mitigate that effect on our environment. Both natural as well as synthetic fibers are having a significant impact on our environment. Something which is natural, for example, cotton, although we say it's a natural fiber, but cotton is a very water thirsty crop. It is approximated that manufacturing only 1 kg of cotton requires approximately 11,000 liters of water. So it's a very water intensive, a very water thirsty crop. As far as synthetics are concerned, they do not require a lot of water in their production, as we all know, but they do leave a higher carbon footprint. So they are also detrimental to our environment. So we need to focus on finding sustainable textile fibers which are less harmful than the existing fibers, so that we can decrease the impact or the harmful impact of such fibers on our environment. So how can we introduce sustainability in the textile industry and why there is a need to do that? So there is a lot of research and development that is happening in introducing sustainability, incorporating sustainability in the textile sector, and that is driven by the demand of the consumers, because there is a growing eco-consciousness. The consumer of today is very eco-conscious, so they are demanding sustainable products from the industry, which is why industry is focusing on research and development of such articles. The United Nations also recognizes the importance of natural fibers to achieve sustainable development, because they are recyclable, they are biodegradable, and they also they have low greenhouse gas emissions. So United Nations also incentivizes sustainable production and also encourages people to use natural fibers and to preserve indigenous knowledge and technologies which are associated with such fibers. So we all know that before cotton came into existence, there were other fibers, but once cotton came, the processes that we are following today, the mass production processes that we are following today, everything has been developed around cotton. But unfortunately, the fibers which were existing before cotton, they were not suited to this, the whole idea of mass production, which is why they sort of discontinued. We sort of adopted cotton on such a large scale because it was easy to mass produce. So United Nations says that we should incentivize such natural fibers and the local crafts, the indigenous crafts, which were used to make fabrics out of such natural fibers, which were, so to say, unconventional, although they were traditionally being used before cotton, but now they have become unconventional textile fibers. Now, the concept of sustainability and luxury. Initially, when the concept of sustainability was introduced, it was thought that it can never go hand in hand with luxury. But now, as there has been a lot of discussion and a lot of research in this sector, we know that the idea of sustainability and the idea of luxury, they are very much in sync with each other. How? I would like to discuss some points about it. So first and foremost, we all know that luxury is based on utilizing rare resources as raw materials, right? So we know that the raw materials which are using for the luxury industry, they are in a small number. So obviously, the products that are coming out of it are going to be rare. Another thing that luxury brands focus on is the concept of durability, longevity, and unique design. So all of these ideas are very much aligned with the concept of sustainability. Craftsmanship is also a very important aspect as far as luxury industry and luxury products are concerned. So craftsmanship plays a very good role in making any luxury product. So another thing is that the luxury industry also involves the use of good quality or higher quality materials to make their products. And all of these are sort of rooted in the cultural identity of the region or the people who are manufacturing those products. Another thing about luxury industry, as we all know, is the price point is very high. Not everyone can buy it. And once you buy something which is a luxury product,
you are going to treasure it, you are going to use it very carefully, also because it's durable. So it sort of encourages responsible consumption on your part. So therefore, we can say that the ideas, luxury and sustainability are very much aligned with each other, very much in tune with each other. Now I would like to discuss about some unconventional natural fibers. Some unconventional natural fibers for the luxury industry, which can sort of help to reduce the burden on cotton. So first fiber I want to discuss is the lotus fiber. The lotus fiber is, as we all know, is very important in certain religions. It focuses or it signifies purity, rebirth, and it is often depicted with deities. So lotus weaving basically originated in Myanmar. So it was considered as the highest act of devotion to offer a robe made of lotus fiber to a Buddhist monk. So it was used to make robes for monks from lotus fiber. So this is the process of how lotus fiber is extracted. It is extracted from the lotus stem. The stems are manually broken while they are still fresh, and the fibers are extracted from the stems of the lotus plant, and then it is hand twisted while the fiber is still wet. And the physical properties of lotus fiber is, well, basically it's a cellulose fiber because it is extracted from the stem, and it has a similar density to silk, and the fineness of lotus fibers is it's a very fine fiber. So it can be compared to silk in terms of fineness. The fabric that is made from lotus fibers, it is basically hand woven, and the fabric is very soft, and it is also very expensive to produce because we require at least 30,000 stems to produce only 1.9 yards of fabric. It is woven on traditional looms, which is why it's very rare and expensive, and it can also be blended with cotton and silk to reduce the overall cost. Now, the next fiber I want to discuss is pineapple fiber, or we commonly know as pina fiber. Pineapple, as we all know, it's a tropical fruit which is grown in abundance. So what we utilize for making pineapple fiber is the waste from the pineapple leaves. So it's a waste. So it is an agricultural waste. So using it for another purpose is anyways going to be very beneficial. So traditionally, pineapple cloth was woven in Philippines, and it was used to make barong tagalong, which is a Filipino national dress. It's a loose shirt which was woven over an undershirt. It was primarily worn by men. It is the national dress of Philippines, which is experiencing a resurgence. The youngsters are also now embracing it. Traditionally, it was made only with pina fibers. Now, other fibers are also used to make it. The extraction process of pina fiber is also very laborious. It is peeled from the leaves of the pineapple plant. The fibers are dried in the sun after extraction, and each and every strand of the pina fiber is knotted with hand, sort of to make a yarn out of it. There's no spinning involved, and each and every fiber is individually knotted with a second fiber to make it in a long yarn. Then it is again hand woven on looms. As far as physical properties are concerned, the yield from pineapple leaves is very low. So we know it's something which is produced in very small quantities, which does contribute to its high cost. It does have very high moisture regain properties, and which means it's going to be very comfortable in the summers, since we know the tropical climates are going to be very humid. So it's a very comfortable fabric to wear in these climates. The texture of the fabric that is woven using the pina fiber is very smooth, and the fabric comes out to be very translucent and delicate. Now, the third fiber is banana fiber. Banana is another fruit crop which is grown very abundantly. And again, the fiber is extracted from the pseudostems of the plant, which again is a waste product. It is not used for any other purpose. So the fabric which is made from banana fibers is called the bashufu fabric, which was made in China since olden times. It was a very lightweight cloth, and it was used by the common people who were prohibited from wearing silk. So the fiber is extracted from the stems. There are different types of fibers which are extracted from the stem from different layers. The fibers from the outermost layer are usually thicker as compared to the fibers from the innermost layers, which are very fine. So the fibers from the outermost layer are used to make home furnishing articles such as seating cushions, whereas the finest fibers, which are from the innermost layers, they are used to make apparel. This is the process. So everything is done by hand. They are also, the fabric from the banana fibers is also tie-dyed to make ikat. The yarns are tie-dyed basically. Ikat dyeing is done. Now, next fiber is Rami fiber. Rami is a plant from the nettle family. The fabric which is made from Rami fiber. In South Korea, there was a fabric called the mochi fabric, which was made using Rami fiber. And in China, there was a fiber known as jiabu. It was, jiabu basically translates to summer cloth. So it was something which was used in summers. It was a very lightweight, very delicate fabric, which was perfect for the summers. Again, the process is very much, everything is done by hand. The fiber is extracted from the stems of Rami plant. The bark is peeled and then it is retted so that we can get different qualities of fibers from it. It's very fine and silk-like. The tensile strength of Rami fiber is very high. In fact, it is the unique feature of Rami fiber is that the strength of the fibers increases when it's wet. So its wet strength is very high. And it also has moth resistance and mildew resistance, which also gives it a unique property. Now, next fiber is nettle fiber. So nettle was used, it was very common before cotton came into existence. There was a 2800-year-old textile fragment, which was discovered in Denmark. Initially, it was believed to be flax, but in 2012, there was some researchers carry out some analysis of the fiber, which demonstrated that instead of flax, it was actually nettle. So we know that nettle was used as a textile fiber as early as the Bronze Age. So it was very common to see, now it's very common to see nettle fragments being discovered in all the burial sites around Europe. It was also used during World War I. When cotton was used, there was a low supply of cotton, so it was used instead of cotton to make uniforms for German army. So the process again is similar to other bast fibers. The stems are collected, then they're retted, and then we obtain fibers. There are different qualities that can be obtained. It's also very strong fiber, but it has a very thick, but the fabrics which are made from it often have a very thick, sturdy look about them. So it is very suitable for making winter wear. Hemp fiber is another fiber which was, again, there are evidences that it was used in ancient Egypt and it was used for 8,500 years. It is a very strong fiber, which means that it was also used for naval purposes, for making sails and for making ropes also. In China, all right, now just give me a second. I'll just move to conclusion. Okay, so there is a community of Hmong weavers in China who are still practicing weaving from hemp fiber. They collect it themselves and then they weave fabric out of it. So this is the Hmong weavers who are currently practicing fiber extraction and making textiles out of it. Not just making textiles, they also decorate it with other crafts. They do batik on it and other things also. So coming to conclusion, we all know that textile industry should focus on adopting sustainable practices. The focus on my presentation was to sort of give an idea that there are other fibers which can act as an alternative to cotton, not for mass production, definitely not, nothing can replace cotton, but it can lessen the burden on cotton. We can use them in a luxury capacity in the luxury industry, so that we are looking at some other options besides cotton, linen, flax, or other traditional fibers which we use. So that's it from my side, and I just want to end by saying that there is no greater luxury than sustainability. Thank you.
It is my distinct honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for this session, Professor Niccolò Baraglia from Polimoda Fashion School in Italy. He is an economist specialized in statistics, a product manager in luxury accessories, also specialized in product communication. After 8 years of running his own 2 companies in New York City, T Project Showroom and Pluma Italia, he accepted the role of professor teaching the subject craft to business at Polimoda Fashion Institute in Florence. Also, trend forecasted leather jackets for LGM Kering Group. While managing Pluma, he also holds the position of leading teacher at Business and Communication Department at Polymoda Fashion Institute, teaching both undergraduate and master courses with a focus on production, craftsmanship, and statistics. An amazing experience achieved, making it possible to transfer his know-how to international students, receiving in turn a great amount of energy from them. Polymoda is an international school where different cultures constantly influence each other. Both students and teachers see a great deal of innovation and participation in the creative process because of the unique mix of cultures, identities, and attitudes of the community. Born and raised in Florence, where art and fashion were founded, he believes in the power of art and fashion to bring about dialogue to all cultures of the world. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Nicolo Baraglia, who will now share his expertise and vision on sustainability in luxury fashions.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you
sir.
hear
Good
me?
morning. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you this day, which is a very important day. And thanks to the MIT University, thanks to all the colleagues present in the panel. It's a pleasure for me to start this conversation about luxury and sustainability in the fashion system. As the introduction was based on the university I'm working for, Polymoda is a non-profit organization, is a non-profit school in Italy. It's the most important fashion school in Italy and the fifth most important fashion school in the world according to the Business of Fashion ranking. And the sustainability is something really important for us. We are the only school in the world part of the United Nations Conscious and Fashion Lifestyle Network. So the sustainability is a very important part in our didactics, in our courses. And as you know, Florence, which is based in Tuscany region, represents not just the cradle of the Renaissance, but is the most important luxury production district in the world. This is the city where the most important Italian, French, English luxury fashion brands are based. They have the legal headquarters in their own countries, but the production headquarters are concentrated here in Florence. And this makes Florence the perfect platform to study fashion and to study sustainability, because this is the city where fashion brands are investing millions of dollars and euros to research, to make new research and sustainable products, but not just the sustainable products, also the production process using renewable energy and all these aspects related to the production. I'd like to start this conversation giving you, for me, the best definition of luxury. The way we study luxury here in Polymoda, for us, luxury is the opposite of vulgarity, is not the opposite of poverty. So the idea that luxury must be expensive or crazy expensive, it's a wrong idea, because price cannot be just the only driver to be analyzed. For us, luxury is something rare, something exclusive. Rare, and the rarity of luxury means that even the raw materials used in the production processes are very exclusive raw materials. And as my colleague, the person she did the speech before than me, I agree with her when she said that luxury is not at the same level of the fast fashion in terms of polluting the environment, obviously. We have to split this conversation in two different levels. When we talk about luxury, we have to analyze the supplier and the demand. So when we talk about the supply point of view, we have to make sure that the fashion brands are going to communicate where they go to produce and how they produce the product. So sustainability must be analyzed at 360 degrees and not just under the production point of view. Of course, today the goal for us, in my opinion and in our opinion here in the school, is also to declare where fashion brands are producing. When they put the stamp made in Italy, they must be sure the entire production process is going to be done here in Italy, not just a small percentage of the production is here and then the rest is maybe in other countries, because maybe this is illegal but it's not ethical. And of course, this is going to open in a new conversation even about the human rights, because obviously, if fashion brands are producing a product, part of the production is concentrated in the countries where the human rights are not respected, or maybe some fashion brands is using babies to produce the product, this is going to be a big scandal. And when we talk again about sustainability, it's not just under the sustainable product, but also sustainability is something related to the human rights, to the respect of the human rights, and also how do they produce. This is another important information. So the communication and the product communication is a key concept nowadays for fashion brands. They cannot just stay focused on social media, talking about brand with celebrities or advertising the last fashion show. They should be more focused on the characteristic of the product and the production. They have to inform the audience through the social media about how the product is made. Just in this way, we can solve and we can educate the new generation of fashion operators, but also the new generation of consumers. So when we talk about sustainable product, we have to pay attention about the keywords used by the marketing and the communication, because most of the time they use a very wrong word, like vegan leather. In Italy, it's illegal to call vegan leather product that is not coming from animal. So, for example, pineapple, orange leather cannot be defined as a vegan leather. Most of the time, fashion brands are calling vegan leather even the polyurethane, which is plastic spread out on canvas, and this is not acceptable, of course. In my opinion, which is based on official data, the most sustainable product nowadays, it's leather. The made in Italy leather, it's 100% recycled from food industries. So here in Italy, no one is killing animals for fashion purpose. It's the most sustainable product. And as you know, you can see, unfortunately, in the ocean, plastic of islands fluctuating on the water and not island of leather. So I recommend you to buy leather recycled from the food industry instead to buy substitute products that sometimes are polluting the environment even more than the regular production process. And I would love to see how fashion brands are going to track their production, so how they keep under control the supply chain, because this is another key concept about this important conversation. They should guarantee how the production is in process, and we should know the main actors involved in the production. So even the name of the companies, but most of the time they want to keep this information reserved because it's part of the competition, the secrets of the company. And then very important conversation, it's about the quantity produced. Fast fashion is producing the biggest quantity of fashion products, fashion in the world, using most of the time very cheap materials and using not expert or not skilled workforce. As I told you before, they're not even well paid, and we have to pay attention about the human rights and the way that people are working in the job environment, obviously. How much do they produce? In my opinion, it's time to go back to 2 seasons, fall, winter, and spring, summer, and we have to keep 2 seasons. For me, it's enough, especially if we talk about luxury, because luxury needs its time. Luxury, in order to be produced, it takes, it depends. If we talk about leather goods, at least two months is the lead time. So we have to stop pushing extra collection in between, like capsule collection, Christmas collection, celebrities collection. this is, I think, enough. Also, because if you want to push the idea of luxury with something very sophisticated, again, you cannot launch a luxury collection every month. You are going to dilute the concept of luxury in this way. Luxury is a philosophy in production, in selection of the raw materials. And then I would love to talk about even where fashion brands are paying taxes, because the way the fashion brands are paying taxes is a very important aspect, because it's part of sustainability too. Sometimes they're going to open an illegal office or representative office in other countries where they pay less taxes than the country of origin. And also this aspect must be regulated in a better way, because nowadays in Europe there is like a kind of confusion under this point of view. Then I would love to talk about the demand. So what consumers can do in order to be more aligned about sustainability. My idea is to buy less and buy better. How many products customers buy per year? Do they really need to buy 10 bags every year? They really need to buy 10 different suits every year. So also the consumer behavior must be analyzed much better, and are really informed about product clients, so they go online and they buy without paying attention, because it's too easy to attack fashion brands and then we are keep asking for big quantity in the market. Of course, until people will ask for big quantity, until clients will ask for big quantity of product, of course, fashion brands will answer producing the quantity request in the market. So luxury is a sustainable product also because it's long lasting. The idea to buy quality product is the idea to use the product as long as possible. If you use the same product, it means that you respect the environment instead to buy disposable product every weeks. This is a big point. So we have to educate people also about the use of the products, the fashion product. Of course, the design is another important aspect, because we have to project a very timeless product in order to be trendy for longer than, to be trendy just for one season and that's it. And then there is a question for potential clients. How much are they willing to pay for a sustainable product? Because realistically, sustainability is expensive. Nowadays, it's really expensive. In order to change the production district, this is going to take time. It's not just about to change the machinery in order to produce a sustainable product. It's also about to change the mentality of the workers, to use a sustainable treatment, for example. In Italy, the leather, for example, it's the water used on treating and tanning the leather, it's 100% recycled. This is, of course, increase the cost of the production, obviously. It's also true that the made in Italy leather is the most expensive in the market. It's true, but it's 100% recycled. They use sustainable tanning, vegetable tanning, in order to stop the decomposition of the leather, to stop the proteins action of the leather. They implement this method in the past 20 years. Now here you can find the most advanced tanneries in district. But of course, the other side of the coins is that the cost, it's much more, it's higher than before, obviously. So sustainability is also an expensive game, let me say. It's also true that we can use second-hand product or recycled material, but remember that behind the word recycling, there is a universe, there is a galaxy. We have to pay attention even when fashion brands are talking about recycled plastic, because remember that the plastic recycling process, it's polluting the environment. And even if it's recycled, maybe the recovery from the ocean, then realistically the plastic recycled is going back to the ocean again. So we have to really pay attention about the word recycled plastic and recycling in general, because most of the time is in the keywords used in Instagram, Facebook, TikTok as an hashtag to attract the attention of the people. But realistically, behind the scene, the issue is completely different than the reality. So we have to be realistic when we talk about sustainability. I'm a professor. I believe on education. For me, education is the new sustainability, and sustainability is the new luxury. I encourage all the people interested in fashion on studying as much as they can. Don't get informed using social media, because social media are not properly the right communication channel to be informed. Study as much as you can. Never give up on studying. Then I suggest you to buy less, to buy better. So you should lower the frequency on buying. Always ask yourself before to buy a product. Of course, if it's a luxury product, most of the time it's also an expensive product. If you buy a cheap product, which costs $5 retail price, it means that the production cost it's 50 cents. So clearly it's not made in Europe or made in United States, because the labor cost it's much more expensive. So it means that it's produced in a country where the human rights, as I told you, are not respected. So ask yourself before to buy what are you going to do it. Then the importance of the design, as I told you, it's important. To buy timeless product. Just to summarize what I told you before, because in this way you can use the product for longer time, and it's another crucial aspect, a fundamental aspect. If you decide to start up a company, always remember to stay focused on quality. The characteristic of the luxury in Italy under the production point of view is strictly related on the sides of the companies. In Italy, we have a very small factories with no more than 50 employees. For the Italian standard, it's a big company, because if you want to produce luxury, you need small companies, small factories with just few people, very high skilled in production, because it's impossible to produce luxury in a big factory with 1,000 employees. Too much people touching the same product are going to affect the quality of the product. So I really hope that marketing and communication can help sustainability under the communication point of view. So the task for marketing communication should be to inform user instead to build the storytelling based on nothing. Okay, marketing tools cannot be used to brainwash the people. When they describe the characteristic of the product, they have to be very honest, even when they talk about food, because if you buy mink, of course, is an animal kill profession, and I don't agree with this. If you use lamb fur, which is recycled from food industry from the Middle East, and then thanks to the technology, you can transform the lamb fur in any effect, zebra, leopard, tiger effect. In this way, it's more than acceptable. Eco-leather does not exist. Remember, this is another invention of the marketing. Eco-leather is polyurethane, and even eco-friendly fur is a synthetic fur. So don't buy eco fur because it's plastic, and it's polluting the environment when it's produced, and it's even worse when it's recycled. And so basically, these are the main point about the luxury point here that we have in Italy. I really hope to get some feedback from you. Let me say that the new frontier of fashion is to lower the production. This is too aggressive, too much. It's not acceptable anymore. The goal is to recycle as much as possible using green economy factories. So don't stay focused just on the quality of the product, but also on the factories which is producing this output. Then remember that the luxury can be also an artisanal product, maybe not famous in terms of brand. Doesn't matter if the brand is not famous, but maybe the quality of the product is excellent, is handmade. So again, don't follow necessarily the name of a famous fashion brand in order to buy the product, because you're not buying the brand, you're buying the product. Stay focused on the product, watch the product, touch the product before to buy. You can even buy online. But my idea is that the first contact must be in person. Then maybe you go back home and you buy online. But the idea to check the quality of the product when you are in the boutique, for me, it's a fundamental idea to get the characteristic of the product. So now I don't know if someone of you want to ask me for some question. I'm very happy to interact with you. If someone want to say something, it's a good occasion to exchange our opinion about it, or otherwise I can just say hi to all of you, and I hope to see you and to meet you here in Florence, in Italy.
Thank you, Professor Nicolo. Thank you very much. And indeed, you had given a very good perspective about the sustainable fashions, talked about sustainability as well as the luxury also. And you had given the suggestions and the advice that how can we make the world more sustainable. So it was very valuable for us. Thank you very much for joining us online and taking out the time for being there. In the last few months, we have been able to get few master classes organized with your institute, which have been very useful for us. Thank you very much, Professor Nicolo. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.
Now moving on to paper presentations, we have Ms. Lisa Nagpal from GGS IP University presenting her research on reviving sustainability, the evolution and importance of circular fashion in modern times.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lisa Nagpal, an alumni of Amity University, Noida, and currently I am pursuing PhD from GGS Indraprastha University. Now, talking about my research paper, the title of the paper says Reviving Sustainability, the Evolution and Importance of Circular Fashion in Modern Times. Now, I'll be taking you through my presentation, and the objectives of my research are to understand the current scenario of the fashion industry, to understand the transition of the business models from linear to circularity, to evaluate the need for circularity in the fashion industry, to determine the challenges and barriers, also to determine the drivers and enablers for circular fashion in the fashion industry. Now, talking about the fashion industry, the current scenario of the fashion industry, we have already talked a lot about the fashion industry, how the industry is going forward, how we are keeping up with the trends, how fast fashion has acquired the entire industry, and how mass consumption is being the prominent thing in customers' buying behavior. Now, I'll take you forward to the very prominent topic, which is the environmental concerns of the fashion industry. If I talk about fast fashion, then there must be something, negative impact of the fast fashion on the environment itself. Mass production, while satisfying the demand for fashion, significantly contributes to pollution, resources depletion, and vast amounts of waste. The fashion production cycle is rife with opportunities for environmental harm, from the intensive cultivation of raw materials to dyeing and finishing processes. If I take you through the brief of environmental harms which fashion industry is providing, I'm sure you must be aware that fashion industry is the second largest polluter, basically second largest contributor to the pollution which all the industries are creating in the world. Now talking about the sustainability, which we all have been talking about. So there is a need to shift the mass production cycle to sustainable production cycles. In response to environmental challenges, there is a growing movement towards sustainable fashion practices. Sustainable fashion aims to reduce the negative impact of clothing production and consumption on the environment as well as on the society. Adopting sustainable practices can reduce pollution, minimize resource depletion, and decrease the waste generation. Sustainable fashion also promotes responsible consumption by the consumers, encouraging consumers to opt for quality over quantity, longer lasting clothing. Now all these slides was about the fashion industry and the current scenario, like how fashion industry is moving towards sustainability. Now the most important part of my presentation or my research is transition from linear to circular fashion. So if you see in the picture itself, the very first figure determine the traditional ways of fashion industry, how the industry was working, which is linear economy. We tend to produce things, we tend to produce goods, and we ended up into the landfills or into the waste. Then we came up with a new phenomena, which is recycle economy or recycling economy, where we used to recycle our goods and we used to reuse them. Now there is a new phenomena which is known as circular economy, where nothing is going to the landfill, nothing is going to the dustbin. Rather, all the resources, all the raw material is getting reproduced, is getting recycled, regenerated, and coming back to the cycle of production. So I'm sure you must be curious to know what is circular fashion. So circular fashion is a holistic design approach rooted in indigenous ancestry that aims to design out waste by reducing the number of natural resources used to make our clothing and diverting products from landfills. In short, circular fashion, a closed loop system, is making new materials out of old materials. The picture here determines how circular fashion works and what are the key areas of circular fashion. Now, if there is a new phenomenon, then there must be a need for the phenomena. If I talk about the need for circularity, there are certain key pointers. Number one point is overconsumption and disposal trends. I'm sure you must be overhoarding a lot of clothes into your wardrobes these days, and that is a part of overconsumption, and ultimately you dispose of the clothing. The second point is fast fashion culture and its impact. If you look out for fast fashion brands like Zara and H&M, they keep on changing their fashion cycles in 15 days. So that is a concept of fast fashion. And if something is getting produced and replaced in 15 days, then definitely there must be a negative impact on the environment itself. So we need circularity. Now coming to linear models and sustainability, I have shown you the picture that we tend to produce a lot of raw material, we tend to produce a lot of garments, and we tend to fill our landfills with all the waste which has been generated by mass production. Now coming to circularity as a solution, reduce, I'm sure you must be aware about 3 R's. Number one is reduce. Reduce encourages conscious consumption, investing in quality to decrease production demands. Reuse involves extended garment life through repair, recycle, or redistribution. Recycle addresses end of life, repurposing, reduce water, and minimize environmental impact. The last points are pragmatic strategy for producers and consumers. As I have said, the responsibility of circularity is not only at the end of producers. As a consumer, we should also act for circularity. Shift towards long-term commitment. As a consumer, we are not committed towards a single brand or towards a single product. We are rather, we are in a mind frame which keeps on fluctuating. So we should be very much focused. We should make our long-term commitments with the brands as well as the products, that we have to keep the product as an investment rather than, a trendsetter or a fashion product. Now talking about the challenges and the barriers, there are multiple challenges: complexities in globalized supply chain, challenges in fashion creation process, insufficient awareness and education, economic consideration and technological limitations, challenges in textile recycling, and consumer interest and awareness. If there are challenges and barriers, then there must be enablers and drivers also. So there are certain drivers which are profound reimagining of business models, technology and innovation, efficient reverse logistic systems, awareness and education, policy implementation by the government, enhancing consumer participation. Now coming to the conclusion, in my conclusion, I'll be talking about the implications to the fashion industry itself. In conclusion, the fashion industry stands at a crucial crossroads where the adoption of circularity could pave the way for a transformative, sustainable future. If I talk about the conclusion in crux, so I would suggest the fashion industry, and a lot of researchers are suggesting the fashion industry to adapt circularity as a producer, as well as aware the customers to adapt circularity in their consumption behavior. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very informative, and that was a very new information to all of us. Continuing with the session, we have our next paper presenter from Department of Fashion Technology, Bhagat Phool Singh, Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Haryana, Miss Rajni Bala, on her paper, Designing Sustainable, Eco-Friendly Women's Clothes Using 3D Fashion Design Software.
Hello everyone, myself Rajni Mata and my co-author is Mr. Ashish Hooda. I'm from Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat, Haryana, and my topic is designing sustainable, eco-friendly women clothes using 3D fashion design software. Introduction. Consumers are presently more aware in this time for environment, and they fill with his wardrobe with sustainable fabrics, and in this we choose firstly we choose material how we in this we choose material like organic cotton, hemp, tassel, bamboo, and recycled polyester, and these materials are often generated with lower environmental impact compared to conventional alternative. And second is certification. In this we check the certification such as GOTS, OEK, Tax Standard 100 and Fair Trade that ensure ethical and sustainable production practice. And third is local and ethical production. In this we check support brands that local and ethical manufacture, and in this we take second hand and vintage clothes. In this we take second hand cloth and our vintage clothes use again. 3D clothing fashion. In this, we are all aware that the fashion industry is a significant polluter and resource abuser. It also generates a lot of waste throughout the design phase due to excessive sampling. And the software for 3D clothing design exists to assist you in creating a more sustainable fashion business by eliminating wasteful practice and carbon emission. Using a cutting edge software solution will save you time, money, and resources while also assisting you in doing good for the environment. And in this we background, the emerging trend of sustainable fashion encompasses environmentally conscious women's clothing, advocating for use ecological responsible practice across the whole life cycle of garment production, ranging from original ideation to ultimate disposal. The use of these materials mitigates the environmental impact caused by the production of clothing items. The use of 3D fashion design software enables designers to construct the view garment design with a remarkable level of precision and interactivity. The use of 3D design technology enables firms to engage with designers and brands in a distant manner, so reducing the need for physical travel and in-person meeting, consequently saving time. These are some designs. Brownswear. In this, we use Brownswear, a 3D fashion design software to create eco-friendly women clothing. Can be a highly sustainable and innovative approach to fashion design. These are the literature view we read in this paper.
research gap. 3D fashion design software is a cutting-edge digital tool that enables fashion design and professionals to create and visualize clothing design in a three-dimensional virtual environment. This software allows user to design garment, accessories, and textiles with precision, incorporating realistic texture, color, and draping effect to accurately simulate how the final product will appear on a human body. It streamlines the design process, enhance collaboration, and reduce the need for physical prototype, ultimately saving time and resources in the fashion industry. Objective of research is in this we consider to need the design eco-friendly women clothes to select 3D software brownsware for cloth designing. In this we prepare design and implication of design in cloth designing software, and then we evaluate the acceptance of design of cloth made by 3D software by conducting survey and performing data analysis. In this, we conduct ANOVA test in order to consider the variable that are influencing acceptance of design. Purpose of study. In the use of brownsware 3D fashion design software for creating eco-friendly women's clothing is increasingly important for several compelling reasons. These are the sustainable integration, reduced physical prototyping, sustainable material selection, supply chain transparency, sustainable design principle, environmental impact reduction, marketing and communication, adaptation to changing regulations. Role of 3D fashion design software. Three-dimensional fashion design software is a powerful digital tool. It has been used in fashion industry in order to design, visualize, and prototype clothing. Designing of cloth has been made in three-dimensional. This software allows fashion designers to translate their creative idea into realistic 3D models. This enables them to experiment with fabric, color, and texture. Moreover, such as effort helps in refining their design with precision. This is also supporting collaboration among designer pattern design as well as manufacturing. 3D fashion design software. In this, we make firstly design in a software and then we make in the fabrics. Role of designing sustainable eco-friendly women's clothes. The role of sustainable eco-friendly women clothes are the reducing environmental impact, efficient resource management, customization and personalization, reducing fashion waste, reducing water usage. Challenges in building sustainable eco-friendly women's clothes are in this when we use sustainable and eco-friendly patterns, these are give me some challenges, and these are the first integrated eco-friendly material and production process into software that support 3D can be complex and it require a deep understanding of sustainable textile and supply chain. Secondly, ensuring that the virtual design translates seamlessly into real world. And thirdly, there is a need for widespread industry adoption and education on sustainable fashion. Accepted outcomes are 3D design of eco-friendly women cloth is the initial accepted outcomes. In this, we make questionnaire, then we collect the data, and in ANOVA solution, we consider it and evaluate it. Conclusion, and the conclusion is it is conclude that designing sustainable eco-friendly women's clothes with 3D fashion designing software is provide following benefit: efficient resource management, customization and personalization, helpful in handling issue of waste of resources. Scope of work. The scope of building sustainable, eco-friendly women's clothes using software that depot 3D fashion design is promising and multi-phased. Here are some key aspects. Is this design innovation, reduce waste, sustainability education, cost efficiency, consumer engagement. And these are the reference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, continuing with the session, we have the next paper on sustainable fashion by Dr. Preeti Dhankar from DAV Girls College, Kosli, Home Science, Mirpur. I would like to welcome the ma'am to podium and discuss her presentation.
Myself, Dr. Preeti Dhankar, Assistant Professor in DAV Girls College, and topic of my presentation is Sustainable Development. We know that there are so many other synonyms also for sustainability, and they are like green fashion, then ethnic fashion approach is also there, then eco-friendly is also there. So what is the meaning of this sustainability? So green fashionable approach or sustainability consists of fulfilling the requirement of current generations, but always keeping in mind upcoming generations also. Now we know that textile industry is the second largest industry contributing at world level as a pollutant. So what are the various types of challenging factors in front of this sustainability approach? So some of these challenging factors we are going to discuss here. So first one is heavy pressure on natural resources. We know that from fiber to fabric production, there are so many processes are involved at each and every step. There are so many types of emission of pollutants are there. So they always pollute our various types of natural resources. Like terrestrial pollution is there, then pesticides and fertilizers, they are always involved in crop production. And when we go for next one, then this is release of even microfibrils. Whenever we take on our clothes or whenever we take off our clothes. So many types of microfibrils we release in our atmosphere. And yes, they are also main cause of various types of respiratory tract diseases. Then heavy water consumption is also involved. And when we talk about fast fashion, then in bulk, we produce the various types of textile stuff. And even in bulk, we go for consumption, and in bulk, we go for discard of these stuffs. And these stuff, they contribute for non-biodegradable landfill. And again, terrestrial pollution is there, then hydro pollution is also there, which we also known as aquatic pollution due to toxic effluents. Then when we talk about fast fashion, then again, to meet out increasing demands of consumer, there is bulk production of low cost to high cost clothing consisting of a high percentage of cheap stuff even. And in case of USA, 35 kilogram of textile waste is generated per person on an average. So what we should say no to this fast fashion. Now there is a pyramid which is showing 3 approaches which are a step towards sustainability, and they are reduce, reuse and recycling. When we talk about reduce, then again we have to minimize our demands for various types of textiles. Then in reuse, utilizing products again with the same or a different purpose, with redistribution or resale. Then in recycling, we can disintegrate the product and we can also process these items. Now there are also various examples of reuse and recycling there. Upcycling product we can produce with the help of patchwork, then ornamentation, embroidery, and so many other types also. Then when we talk about reduce, then again, this pyramid starts with the word reduce is upside down due to widespread use of garments and textile around the world. And people, they should weigh their options and only buy those things which they are in truly need. The amount of packaging, shipping and delivery of these products, they should also be kept at minimum. Now here again we have examples. So there is carpets, they are here, and patchwork with embroidery work. So reuse again means donating, and we can also go for swapping, then reselling, then fabric recycling, then fiber recycling, polymer recycling. In case of synthetic fibers, we can go for melt spinning, and in natural fibers for wet spinning. Then landfill, and we should say no to this landfill if we are a real sustainable consumer. Then again, reuse, some of the examples are here. When it comes to clothing and textiles, reuse can take on a number of different forms like repairing. Then we can also go for choosing second-hand clothing. And cloth swapping, that option is also here. Switching is a clothes swapping event which gives new new life to old items. And we can bring our local community together, and we can host even a clothing swap. Now, when we talk about recycling, so it always vary according to origin of the fabric, cellulosic fibers, and even woolens and acrylic. Yes, they can be shredded down and they can be converted in form of fibers. And in case of chemical fibers or synthetic fibers like nylon, synthetic, we can go for melt spinning. Now, here are some examples of upcycling of textiles. So patchwork is there and various types of mats. And we can also even use various types of clips of fabrics which are discarded while designing or while cutting. Then, as we have discussed about recycling, so mechanical recycling again, textile stuff can be melted to make a new yarn, and it can only be done with a few times, and after that the fiber loses its quality. And in case of chemical recycling, here involves breaking down of the textile molecules, and they are then transformed in case of yarn. But this process again sustains the originality quality. And when we talk about recycled polyester, so it results in 54% lesser carbon production as compared to the virgin one. So when we talk about sustainability, so here are some of the examples like timber pulp we can use. Then peace silk is also there, ahimsa silk, which is known as. Here the moth is allowed to pierce the cocoon itself, and it also gives look of vegetariancy. Then bamboo plant is also there with luxurious, robust and elastic impact. Now soy silk, that is also one of the alternate of sustainable fiber. So from tofu waste, we can raise this soy silk, which is also known as vegetable cashmere. And it is also produced from soybean husk with little or no pesticide use. One more is there, nettle plant, as we have earlier discussed also. So it also acts as one of the natural insulator. And we can also make yellow dye by boiling the roots of this nettle plant. Then milk silk, when goat's eggs, they are combined with genetic material from spider. So they also cause the female goats to produce milk with silk fiber with strong and biodegradable effect. So citrus fruit extracted from citrus waste material. So that is also a step towards sustainability. Then pinna fiber is also there, then cone is also there. And we can also go for shell jewelry, mud jewelry, then paper jewelry. So how we can be a part of this sustainable fashion movement? We can say a big no to fast fashion, then clothes swapping, then second hand, then rented clothing. Then we can donate our stagnant stuff, and we can also say no to dustbin. And by these approaches, we can become a sustainable wearer. And the last message which I want to impart is the best fashion is the beautiful jacket which already adore your wardrobe. And that's all about my presentation.
Now we have Dr. Akansha Parekh from NIFT Jodhpur to present her research on Guddar, a quilt tradition of Pali.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the Amity Organizing Committee for giving this opportunity. I would like to present the primary research work on the Gudad, which is also called as a Gudadi, a quilt tradition of Pali, along with my co-author, which could not make possible to be present here, Ms. Yashvi Ashish Rajyaguru. So my presentation is comprising of introduction, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, acknowledgement and future scope of study, and lastly references. Introduction included the review of literature, objective, and the limitation. The limitation of the study. Yeah, so I would like to give first of all the review of literature, the background of the topic. So first of all, the community involved in this craft tradition is the Kalbelia community, which is commonly known as the snake charmer or sapera. according to the Chakrabarti, who has mentioned in his article in 2022, after documenting the craft revival project, that these community who are basically renowned and famous for their dance and songs, along with their black outfits embellished with the cowries and the beautiful mirror work, they are basically found in the Thar region, located in the India, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. And in context to India, this community can be traces in the many states, many districts of the Rajasthan. So in the Rajasthan, this craft revival project has taken in the Bundi, Ajmer, Udaipur, and Pushkar district of Rajasthan. Agarwal also mentioned in 2022 article that this community, who has been enlisted in the UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage list in 2010, is a very significant community for the folk songs and dances. But we are very unknown that this community is also very famous for their craft work. So basically about this craft work, this craft is, they make the beautiful quilt, which they call as gudad or gudri. Kalbelia community, the main community involved into this is the Kalbelia community. They mainly use the acrylic yarns for the embroidery. Other than the acrylic yarn, they also embellish with the mirror work sometimes. In the Rajasthan, next is the methodology. So basically, as I said, that it is the primary research work, and in the primary research work, the samples were traced, documented with the snowball sampling. So snowball sampling is the method where the samples are rare to trace, as the location is unknown. So in the snowball sampling, we start inquiring with the one point, and then gradually we reach to the second point and the third point, and lastly in some, after finishing some steps, then we finally reach to the sample. So therefore it is called as a rare sampling method. So in this methodology, the sampling method was used, and the first important craft family was traced in the Nimaj village, located in the Pali district. And this Pali district is also a Thar region of the western part of the Rajasthan. So in this family, husband Premnathji and wife Rathaji, this small setup of the interview was conducted, and to inquire about the material, tools, process of making the craft, colors, and legacy. And basically this is the first step of the paper series. Results and discussion. So in the results and discussion, so the main product which they make is the quilt, and that is not for the at all commercial purpose. They do it for their own household purposes. So there is no commercial connection with it. So we can connect it with the industry or something like that. This is the front and back part of the quilt. If we say the attributes of the quilt, from how it can be differentiated from the other common quilt, is that they are in the back part. You will see the running stitch, which is in the brick repeat. But in the front part, you will also find out some other beautiful stitches, which is done on the couching method. I will speak to you lastly that what is the couching method. And this quilts are developed. This is one more close up of the quilt. This quilts are developed with the 6 to 7 layers of the old fabrics. So couching method is basically, they commonly called is a Doda Taka. In the couching method, on the surface, the thread is moved on the surface in the required with the required design and pattern. But the impression of that embroidery does not come on the back side of the fabric. So that is the Doda Taka. So they basically use these two type of embroidery, Doda Taka, which is the couching of the thread. It is termed in the English, and another one is the running stitch in the brick repeat. This is the another close up. Here you can see the Doda Taka, couching of the thread, and the running stitch. This is again the Doda Taka. So along with that, because it's an old fabric, they use the patchwork to develop, to create the surface of the fabric. Other than the quilt, coordinated pillows are also developed. These are some motifs. They are unknown of those motifs. So this has been taken out, like bacche ki mangar motifs, nariyal motifs, bajuband motifs, etc. Now come on the conclusion. So it has been found out that artisans are very potential. Though the male member of the artisan has been involved in the more lucrative jobs like industrial jobs, but the female artisans are involved in making the household product. They are still not connected with the commercial market, that is the industry. They are only developing the product for the fulfilling their household purposes. So they have a potentiality, and with the sincere intervention we can connect them with the industry. We can organize the training, acknowledgement and future scope of study. Definitely Shri Premnath ji and his wife Radha ji, I would like to acknowledge, because they supported a lot to conduct this research and successfully making it as completing the primary research. And I also would like to thank National Institute of Fashion Technology Jodhpur to allow me to present here the primary research work. These are the references. So Radha ji is now associated with the further design project in the NIF Jodhpur and will be conducting with the Ministry of Textile for further providing and engaging with the training and the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the paper presenters for technical session 2. With this, we wind up technical session 2 and now over to technical session 3. So I'll request all the paper presenters of technical session 2 to take up their seats in the front row, and members of the technical session 3 can come on the dais now. So technical session 3 is emerging role of digital technologies and AI in fashion and textiles. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to technical session 3 of the International Conference on Apparel, Fashion and Textiles. In this session, we will delve into the rapidly evolving landscape of the fashion and textile industry with a specific focus on emerging roles of digital technologies and AI. So without any further ado, let's commence this session.
For this session, we have our invited speaker, Dr. Amy Twigger-Holroyd. Dr. Amy Twigger-Holroyd is Associate Professor of Fashion and Sustainability at Nottingham School of Art and Design, part of Nottingham Trent University in the UK. She has explored the emerging field of fashion and sustainability since 2004, initially via her craft fashion knitwear label Keep and Share. Amy's work has been featured in various exhibitions, books, and publications, from Vogue to fashion theory. Her research today focuses on fashion transitions, the participatory exploration of alternative, open, and plural fashion systems that respect the Earth's capacity to support life. Amy has authored and edited several books, including her monograph, Folk Fashion, Understanding Homemade Clothes, and Historical Perspectives on Sustainable Fashion. Please put your hands together for Dr. Amy Twigger-Holroyd.
Thank you, and hello everybody. I'm just going to try and share my screen. Hopefully you can see that okay. I'll assume so. So hello everybody, I'm Amy Twigger-Holroyd. It's very nice to be with you, albeit remotely. And I hope that what I have to share will be of interest and connect with what looks like some really interesting presentations and conversations that you've been having today. So yes, I'm Associate Professor of Fashion and Sustainability at Nottingham School of Art and Design in the UK. So that's part of Nottingham Trent University. And I'm here today to talk about my project, Fashion Fictions. And this is a project that brings people together to generate experience and reflect on engaging fictional visions of alternative fashion cultures and systems. And through these kind of playful, speculative activities, the aim is that we gain new perspectives on challenges, possibilities, and pathways for change in the real world. And this is a project that I founded in 2020, and it's really grown and developed in the few years since then. So to give some context for the project, I'm sure that you are very aware, you I'm sure from presentations already, as well as your expertise and knowledge of this sector, there are so many problems associated with the way that we commonly use clothes today, particularly in the global north, so such as the UK, where I'm located, with negative environmental and social impacts generated from production through to use and disposal. And these problems are made worse by the ever-increasing volumes. Oh, sorry, my computer's going slowly. By the ever-increasing volumes of garments being produced by an industry that is driven by economic growth. And so really what the project is trying to do is to support transitions towards sustainable post-growth fashion systems. And I aim for the whole project to really acknowledge the huge reduction in resource use that will be needed if we are to work within ecological limits. And my instinct is that such systems that are based on radically reduced resources will involve different social and cultural norms, different economies, different ways of living with our clothes. And what I've found in my work with other professionals, with academics, with students, with conversations with industry, is that I think people sometimes find it hard to imagine alternatives that are radically different because the status quo just feels so entrenched. And so I devised this project as a way to create a sort of safe space where we could explore the many possibilities of what alternative fashion systems might look like. And really to pause without rushing to try to change things, just to pause and ask ourselves, actually, what do we wish for? How do we wish things to be different? And to try to, in that process, expand our sense of possibility of how things could be. So in terms of some kind of guidelines for this speculation, we're imagining contemporary realities in parallel worlds. So rather than futures in this world, it's parallel worlds, kind of parallel presents, with worlds that have split off from our own at some point in history and taken a different path. So it's very fictional, very playful. And part of the reason for that is to kind of interrupt some assumptions that commonly arise when we think about the future, including the sort of unquestioned assumption of ever quickening technological progress, for example. And another important thing to note is that in the project, I encourage people to imagine positive and enticing worlds in terms of individual satisfaction, social justice, and sustainability. So we're trying to imagine worlds that are physically possible, but push beyond what feels plausible to us today. And the website, as shown here, is a hub for the project. There's a huge amount of material on there now. So there are lots of activities connected to the project happening in different places, as I'll explain. And the website sort of connects them and brings them together. Both outputs, things that people have done, but also information for people who would like to organise their own activities. And the whole ethos of the project is about openness and connection, international connections. So we really encourage people who see potential in this project to adapt it and use it in their own context. We're really delighted when that happens. So to give you a bit more insight into how the project works, there are 3 stages. So at stage 1, we invite people to write brief written outlines of fictional fashion cultures and systems. So this is just 100 words, a 100-word description of one of these fictional parallel worlds. As I say, they're generally very playful, often quite silly. I've got some examples here, the kind of summaries of worlds that people have come up with. Sometimes they're very serious, sometimes they're quite silly, sometimes they're both of those things mixed together. Sometimes they're fairly close to the real world or to the author's experience of the real world, which of course is very different in different contexts. Sometimes they're really quite outlandish, through to reimagining the whole history of human civilization. Some really interesting ones which imagine alternative histories of colonization, or histories in which colonization did not take place in the way that it did in the real world. So there's all kinds of big ideas caught up in these worlds that people imagine. Sometimes they're very much about the clothes, and sometimes they're much more about the kind of broader social and cultural and political systems that clothes and fashion are deeply implicated in. So after stage one, we move on to stage two. So there's a whole bank of stage one fictions on the website that people can draw on. And at stage two, someone else or a group of people will come along and pick up a fiction written by another contributor and sort of make it their own and run with it. So they will pick up the fiction, develop their own understanding of that fictional world, and then they're invited to create a visual or material prototype to represent life in that world. So I generally invite people to imagine that they've stepped through a magical portal to the parallel world, and they've either taken a photograph or picked something up and brought it back to show us what life is like there. So the thinking sort of moves from writing to making, and all of the conversations that go along with that making of thinking about what would this world be like are really interesting and valuable. And there are, again, loads of examples of these on the website, different prototypes that people have made to represent life in these particular worlds. Sometimes they're physical, sometimes they're images. Sometimes people create media. It's quite a nice way of doing it, to imagine what would the cover of a fashion magazine or what would the headline in the newspaper be in this fictional world. Can be quite a nice device for really thinking yourself there and thinking through what its culture would be. And again, these have been contributed by people all over the world, and I really value that diversity and the ability to learn from the ideas and the speculations of people who have different lived realities. And I know that participants in different places in the world value that as well, and sort of the opportunity to be internationally connected is very valuable. And then the third stage of the project goes even further in bringing the fictions to reality, in that we find ways to enact and experience them. So generally this will be either sort of a one-off event, a half day or a day event, or something that people can get involved in at home. So maybe one day a week, they'll be asked to do a particular task for a number of weeks and to connect with other people taking part. And the idea behind this is that we discover things by actually doing things that we don't discover by thinking about doing those things. So if we're imagining what would it be like to live in a world in which textile production had ceased, which is quite a common thought experiment that people enjoy sort of thinking through, like what would that be like, and what kind of ways of dressing would that involve, and what happens if we actually try to do that with our bodies and with each other in a socially engaged way. What arises? What kind of ideas and possibilities and questions arise? So once again, these are on the website under enactments. There are reports of enactments that have taken place, and there's also recipes, so sort of sets of instructions where people can replicate these enactments for themselves, or actually sort of recreate them and adapt them. There was a really nice example where a university in Colombia took a set of instructions that I'd created for people in the UK, and they adapted it to make sense for them in Bogota with their students. So there's a really nice kind of interpretation and kind of connected sense of collaboration and exploration that goes on. And there's also some really nice films on that in that section as well of some of the enactments going on, if you wanted to have a look at those. So as I explained, this is an international project with people taking part all over the world. This is even a little bit out of date. I think I have some more dots to add here, but it gives you a sense of the spread of people taking part, sometimes as individuals, sometimes organising activities with students or with communities. And we really, the project as a whole really benefits from these diverse cultural perspectives. So just to give a sense of these different kinds of activities, as I mentioned, there's things taking part in universities around the world. So on the right is the university in Columbia that I mentioned. So they took a fiction that is about a very nature-centric fashion system where people connect with the natural environment, with the species around them. In the original fiction, it's particularly fungi and mushrooms that people have a spiritual connection with. When they enacted it in Colombia, they extended it that the students could go on a walk and connect with any species that they found. We also have a university in Turkey who did a really nice stage 2 project. So this is the creating the prototypes. And sometimes people work physically, sometimes people work digitally, sometimes it's a combination of the two. So this student was particularly really thinking about a digital platform and in this parallel world, and how, for example, the construction of identity would take place in that kind of process. And then on the top left, LaSalle College of the Arts in Singapore has been very active in taking part in the project over a number of years. And their students have created worlds and then prototyped as well. And I think what's been really great about that example of the project is that LaSalle were very committed to encouraging their students to develop a vision of fashion that really makes sense for the cultural context that they're in, and they're conscious that there's a sort of a tendency to a Eurocentric lens or kind of prioritization of what is valued in fashion. And so this kind of speculative approach actually seemed to lay the ground really nicely for students to ground their fictions in the cultures and the traditions and the insights that they came from, and they come from around the region and around the world actually, which leads to something like a fiction which is based on ideologies, self-sufficiency ideologies from Thailand in particular, for example. So that's an example of these kind of really nice mix of ideas that come in. We're also starting to run projects in schools. So generally the activities that I've run have involved adults, but it's often been feedback of people saying it would be really interesting to do with schools and get kids involved in this kind of speculation and questioning things, questioning the system, the fashion and clothing system that they have been sort of brought into. And so there's been some really nice activities taking place quite spontaneously by people that have chosen to initiate them. So I came across a primary school in the UK who used some postcards that I'd created that communicate the kind of what if ideas behind some of the worlds, and it used that as the basis for an activity with their class. One fashion fictions collaborator in Italy, Anniko Gal, has been doing some really nice work with high school students and has found the speculative approach kind of a nice way in to talking to them about issues of sustainability in fashion. And then we supported a really great whole school project with a primary school in the UK last year, which was amazing. Hundreds and hundreds of children and staff at the school involved in an extravaganza of reuse. So a really joyful example. And then the third kind of place where these activities take place, or a third, because there are more and there could be more, but a third one I'll focus on here is in community settings. So I'm really interested in this activity of kind of collective speculation being used not just with students and not just with children in schools, but in community settings. So wherever there's a grouping of people who, for whatever reason, might be interested in talking about how their experiences of the fashion system might be different and how they might want it to be, and particularly increasingly in thinking about how they could make an alternative reality in their group or in their town or in their village or whatever it is. So there's been nice things happening in the UK, and we also supported a project in Minneapolis last year in a community art studio. So this is a strand of work that we're seeking to develop. And sort of in general, the approach of the project is there's this open structure and open invitation. Everything in the project has a Creative Commons license, so it can be adapted by anyone, anywhere. And we learn from how other people pick up and adapt this work and kind of run with it, and then follow that momentum to see where these ideas can be helpful, what thinking they can generate. So one, just to kind of finish off, one other element of the project that I haven't mentioned is we do all of these speculative activities that are kind of intentionally playful and take place within quite a definite structure. But the underlying purpose is to prompt people to see the real world through fresh eyes and to see new possibilities, new pathways that they might take, and to ask new questions. And so we start to kind of collect those questions and ideas for action, and memories of things that we've done in the past or things that take place in different cultures that maybe, particularly in the global north, we could learn from, and try to collect those kind of real world ideas together. And I collectively call this the kind of wonder stage. So wonder being looking at the world as if through fresh eyes. So they're kind of collected together on the website too. And so just to finish off, the project is an international participatory activity, but it's also a research activity for me. And I'm in the process of writing a book based on the insights I've gained from studying people taking part in fashion fictions, the conversations that they have along the way, as well as the ideas and the fictions and the prototypes and the enactments that they come up with. And each chapter of the book is focusing on some different themes that arise in that data. So there's storytelling and language, a really fascinating interest in stories and storytelling and in language, the way whether we have words to express the things that we actually need to be able to express to shift towards much more sustainable fashion systems is a really recurrent interest across very diverse fictions. Also, I've kind of alluded to this in one of the examples I showed earlier, but a really strong, again, recurring interest in nature, and interconnected with that, an interest in spirituality in different ways. Not always, I would say people don't always quite know what it is that they're wishing for, but you sense that they're looking for some sense of meaning beyond a kind of consumerist system, and thinking about how that could be linked with the materiality of textiles. A really strong interest in place and togetherness. So I guess local distinctiveness, a sense that the textiles and the garments that come from a particular place have some kind of distinctive connection to that place, rather than everything feeling the same across many places in the world. And a really strong interest in kind of community and belonging, and those kind of social functions that clothing and fashion perform so well, or can perform so well. And finally, an interest in organisation, so it's kind of how the industry or how the system is organised across, including kind of alternative economy kind of ideas, and also an interest in kind of adaptation, resourcefulness, rebellion, how people work across and within these kind of systems are the ideas that I'm working with in this book. So I'll stop there, but I'd really encourage you to go and have a look at the website if you're interested. As I say, there's an open invitation to take part, and I'm really delighted. I know what a wonderful fashion and textile heritage you have in India, and it would be wonderful. There's been some activity so far, but it would be wonderful to have more. So I'd be very pleased to hear from you if you have any interest in exploring this. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Amy, for sharing the very interesting We'll be very happy to explore the possibility of getting associated with you and the Nottingham Trent University in the days to come. Thank you very much for taking out the time and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you very much, Dr. M. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now we begin with the paper presentations for technical session. First up, we have Mr. B.C. Anand from Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurugram, with his paper, Optimizing Supply Chains in the Fashion and Textile Industry Through AI.
Thank you very much. First of all, namaste, Amity. It's good to be back. Very good afternoon, Honorable Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, faculty, and folks. Hi, I was your senior. So I'm a proud alum of ASFT, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, and an academician from Great Lakes Institute of Management. So while the gentleman is fixing this PPT, let me ask you, how many of you know about ChatGPT? How many of you use it? Okay. Well, that may let you fall you in trouble because you guys are just starting your academic journey. So, well, artificial intelligence is something really, really interesting. You know, it's not just the ChatGPTs to which we are limited to. And let me take you to the very serious business of supply chain in fashion. And, you know, I am presenting it on behalf of two of my brilliant co-authors, Ms. Neha Arora from ASFT and Dr. Kavita Chaudhary from the Department of Design, Banasthali Vidyapith. Guys, what is supply chain basically? Let us understand, and why is it very necessary to optimize something called supply chain? It's a conceptual paper alongside a lot of descriptive analysis through quantitative methods. Why has this topic been taken? Let's delve into it, and this is what I'll take you through. Not a very big PPT to take you through, just the basic discussion. So you see this diagram over there. We all have this called a spinal cord or a spine. If you look at it, the A to Z process of any fashion production or entire flow of fashion is this thing called supply chain, and it's certainly different and different from logistics, as we call it. So it is from the very production stage of your product to making it reach to the last mile for you as a consumer. And everybody has talked about how, as a fashion industry, we are the second largest polluter, but we also must be very optimistic. We as academicians and teachers always need to be hopeful, and you as students need to be hopeful alongside, because fashion industry contributes 4% to the global GDP and 2% to the global GDP and 4% to the Indian GDP, which is the world's quickest growing GDP. So, you know, as the largest producer, what do we do? ChatGPT? No. Well, let's look at the bigger picture of ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. We all have Chetana, and that Chetana, when met, or the consciousness, when meets with machine, it becomes artificial intelligence or the AI. So AI is something which can help you as a manager, as a designer, as a producer of fashion goods, take smart decisions and remove the bottlenecks. Bottlenecks, you understand, bottlenecks in operational terms, since I take care of operations and I'm promoting myself also. Operations in bottlenecks in operations means the problems or the issues associated. We see a lot of manual association at every stage. Moving ahead, this has been the research methodology, and why are we conducting this study is basically to be understood by the first and the second objective is to study the role of artificial intelligence and fashion supply chain, and to study the factors that drive the AI-based fashion supply chain from consumer perspective, that is you. So you see that product life cycle. I believe the FC students would have and the FD students would be getting into this very soon. There's a term called perishability, or the product life cycle, how quickly the product actually deteriorates. So today the fashion life cycle has actually decreased from once being years to 6 months to now 3 months and to now somewhat around 14 to 21 days. And we have the fans of Zara and H&M sitting over here, so I don't need to justify my statement with that. So as soon as there is a perishability in the product life cycle of fashion, the pressure on supply chain is increasing day by day. And how do we deal with it? With such a structure of unorganized setups in the country or across the world, we need artificial intelligence and its incorporation. So I have made this diagram along with my co-authors because we believe that entire production is a web, a spider web, where once the insect gets into, it gets trapped. And you see all these 1s, 2s, 3s, they denote to the manual intervention at every particular stage, from the raw material collection to the final stage. And every process, if you have 10 people, you have to pay them, you have to maintain them, and you have to maintain that leveraging part of every 10 partners. But you do follow the same process, just incorporate machinery of artificial intelligence over there, and you are streamlining your process. So again, ChatGPT, the advanced version of it. So this is the this blue or green color, the flow of entire supply chain through AI. Using AI, we have actually developed and found out through our research that this can be the better way of developing a new streamlined process of supply chain in fashion using AI. And what do we do through these particular processes is actually like identification of trends. Whatever you search, we actually analyze it using AI. The AI does it itself. We do not do it. That we just analyze it and interpret it and put in front of the designer, done and dusted. Demand prediction. So whatever the demand is, we need to actually, as you know, seasons is what fashion works on. So we analyze it beforehand. Automated inventory management. Your inventory is your gold. So you protect your gold through automated systems so that there is no pilferage and there is no other sort of losses, and so on and so forth. So moving towards the conclusion, we went on to reach out to individuals like you from tier 1 cities of the Delhi NCR, aging with the demography between 18 to 35 plus minus 5 with the 3 variables that we had in mind, that how AI is incorporated. Are you aware of it in fashion supply chain, and are you willing to pay for it? And the third being, are you as consumers aware of the transparency and the traceability concept in fashion supply chain? Let's see what did you guys have to say. So as per our consumer base, and many of the gentlemen and ladies discussed that 65%, we also found out that ranges between this particular range of 18 to 24 plus minus 10. And the purchase decision making is basically, most of you buy online because you are Gen Zs, and it's quick and smart too. 36.2% ranging between the variable second and third are pretty price sensitive, and the rest follows that 40.6% of the new age consumers are always ready. They always check about the supply chain policies. So what is coming to you is being checked by you. 46.4% are somewhat aware of the concept of transparency and traceability, and followed to which, the further conclusions that 54.3 supports that the brands in fashion must use artificial intelligence and FSCM. Concluding it, supply chain and artificial intelligence are 2 dangerous businesses. Because once you incorporate something as smart as an AI technology, you will see possibilities of losses of jobs. But you have to skill yourself. It's expensive. You cannot easily, in such a setup where there is a lot of unorganization, put in AI. And you need to develop an integrated system of skill into academia and research along with industry in order to incorporate this. And this, as I said, is a concept. And as I say, AI is the future, but if used sensitively and sensibly, there's a lot more to this. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Anand. Our next invited speaker for the session is Mr. Munish Tyagi, CEO, Nuvata Tex Projects. Mr. Tyagi is a senior global textile and apparel industry consultant. Based in New Delhi, he has rich and diversified experience of serving the contemporary textile industry in India and overseas over the last 35 years, and with working footprints in 10 countries. Presently, he is a global thought leader in the domain of textile sustainability and emerging areas of technical textiles. Mr. Tyagi has accrued 35 years in-depth and proactive experience in planning and running the operations of large textile corporates, including GPI Textiles of Global Ispat Group, Tauchang Textiles in Gujarat, and leading Vardhaman Group's Alps, and many others. He was associated and in planning and setting up of largest textile mill complex of outlay, rupees 350 crores in 1995 of GPI Textiles in Himachal Pradesh, and there are many more projects that he is handling. So I will request Mr. Tyagi to address the gathering.
Well, good afternoon there. Well, it's already about 9 p.m. here in Melbourne. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir.
Great. My greetings, Professor Dr. Joshi, and all ASFT faculty, and all the attendees and students at today's INCFAT 2023. Thank you for coordinating my timing from Melbourne here in Australia. At the onset of this 15-minute spoken session, I thank you for inviting me to walk you into short and summary view of our changing world of textiles and fashion industry and its interwinding and entwinement with the fast emerging AI technology, which is now very difficult to ignore. In my small part 1, I will just give a brief overview, which is, in simple terms, the AI refers to the digital technology of simulation of human intelligence by machines that are programmed to think, data analyze, and learn, and then provide certain tangible and cognitive solutions. AI involves computer generated algorithms and data that simulates human decision making, thinking, and problem solving with use of huge amount of data storage, data mining, and long language models to generate solutions which are fully capable of creating new text, images, and designs. For textiles and fashion industry, AI's growing use in market research, demand simulation, work, and design process optimization have evolved as very powerful tools indeed to be understood fully and used with care and intelligence to take smart business decisions in entire life cycle of manufacturing of textile and apparel products. So that was my small part 1, or just very simple way to introduce AI in correlation to the textile and the fashion industry. In the following small part 2, I would now be talking of AI applications and end uses in textile and fashion and design sectors. As some of us may be already aware and or practicing so, some of the core areas with increasing penetration of AI technology in the fashion textile design world are in the arena of 1, market research for data mining and market insights to understand demand patterns, past consumption patterns vis-a-vis consumer behavior, and also future demand forecast and competition analysis for potential market share, etc. This enables companies and textile businesses to optimize production to match demand expectations and therefore reduce excess inventory and its value loss, because any unsold inventory, especially either in the industry or at the retail platforms, is absolutely a value and loss making proposition, which with good use of AI we can optimize and improve. I now move to my item number 2.2, that is design and trend forecasting. AI algorithms can analyze vast amounts of data from social media, fashion shows, demographics, and online shopping trends to predict future fashion trends also. This information is invaluable for designers and manufacturers in planning their collections once the color forecast is also available to them. So that will complete the pre-design cycle, so to say, and which has to be, of course, followed by the creativity of the designer in relation to the market viability or the market expectations for the product they are supposed to design and create. Next, I move to item 2.3, which just now the ASFT gentleman and the last speaker said about supply chain management. So I would not dwell details of into it, but today AI is used for optimizing the supply chain, improving logistics also, because logistics eventually is a very important part of the supply chain, because that is where it takes the goods to the last mile or to the consumer, and reducing lead times. It helps in ensuring the right materials are available at the right time to the manufacturing cycle, and leads to cost optimization in manufacturing cycle with, and most importantly, with less time to the market, especially in today's fast retail business. Sometimes the lead time given is probably not more than 25 to 30 days. And that is where a resource like AI is very helpful in planning all the steps of the manufacturing cycle, so that one can reach the markets very quickly and realize the product values very quickly too. The next important area is quality control. AI can be used for quality inspections and defect detections in textile manufacturing. It can identify imperfections in fabrics and their products thereof, and ensure that only permissible faults are acceptable to the accepted quality levels, and therefore high quality products are shipped, once again minimizing the value loss to the business of manufacturing. Presently, AI in fashion industry has become very important, almost like a virtual showroom. So we call it virtual try on. That is, AI enables customers to virtually try on clothing and accessories as if in a virtual showroom of a store, enhancing the online shopping experience and reducing size rejections and return rates. In addition to superior customer experience, it also reduces the quantity and cost of returned goods for the online e-commerce businesses. And here it will be very apt to mention that one of the biggest dent to the viability of the e-commerce or online sellers is the cost of the returned goods, which I believe for Indian large mega e-commerce retailers can be as high as 30 to 33% of their GMV or gross merchandising value of their business. The other very interesting area which is now emerging is that, and where one has to be very careful, because with the creation of chatbots supporting the AI, and the customer services function can be very easily handled by AI powered chatbots which provide instant customer support and answer queries, improving customer engagement and service. Each customer query also gets recorded for future data analysis for trends and better planning and viability planning for the business for the next product cycles or so. Also, it will be important to mention here that sustainability is now a big thing and is now catching on fast with all the global MNC retailers. AI can be used to track the environmental impact of textile production cycle and find ways to reduce it, promoting sustainability in the industry. With the use of AI technology, the origin and content of fiber mix in the raw materials like fibers, yarns, fabrics used in fashion industry can be traced back to support sustainability initiatives. In fact, the global fiber trace platform, if you are aware of it, is very much based on AI to trace the actual origin of the fiber right from the cotton farm and going into the apparel which is going to a retail chain. In conclusions, it is clearly evident that AI is a powerful technology tool with endowment of deep data and machine intelligence to analyze it. And AI, if it is adopted early and selectively, can transform the textile and fashion industry with big digital leap to enhance business efficiency and profitability too. However, in conclusion, a line of caution. That is, AI in all its versions like Chat 3.5 or Chat GPT-4 is a data-based and machine learning disruptive technology and requires careful handling, especially towards data privacy, data use, data protection, and ethical standards related to the same. I do believe that AI does support both slow and fast fashion. So, fast fashion alone, I can endorse here, and especially in view of the sustainability drives by the retail chains, is not the only solution. I believe slow fashion itself is amenable and acceptable to work with these newer technologies. With this, I thank you for your time, attention, and this opportunity I had to interact today from my location at Melbourne, Australia. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Joshi. I would now take your leave.
Thank you, Tyagiji, for taking out the time and joining us from the Australia today. And you had given your insight on the emerging role of digital technology and the AI in fashion and textiles. We are very happy that you have joined us online today. We look forward to interact when you are back in a session which is one-to-one session with the students. Thank you, Mr. Tyagi, once again. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity, and I wish all the best to the event closing itself today. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. Next up, we have our paper presentation done by Ms. Suman Lata Words from Fashion Technology Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Haryana, presenting her research on revolutionizing the knitwear industry, digitalization and sustainability through seamless garments and innovative machinery.
So, hello everyone. In today's context, the primary focus of all occupational sectors is the sustainability. So, I am Sumalata Words and my co-author is Mr. Ashish Hooda, presenting our paper on digitalization, revolutionizing the knitwear industry, digitalization and sustainability via seamless garment and innovative machinery. So firstly, let's look into the objectives of the study is to investigate sustainable practices in apparel manufacturing, assess environmental impact of textile and apparel products, examine advanced knitting technology, cater sustainable apparel and textile manufacturing, evaluate the sustainability of whole garment knitting technology, emphasize the role of seamless technology in sustainability. So going forward, let's understand how do textile and apparel impact on environment. So apparel industry encompasses an extensive and intricate production chain encompassing numerous stages that span from resource extraction and production to fiber and yarn manufacturing, textile production, cutting, clothing assembly, packaging, logistics, distribution channels, consumer usage, recycling, and lastly, disposal. There are many environmental repercussions of clothing life cycles. So the primary environmental repercussion linked to the creation and utilization of clothing over its life cycle encompass the release of wastewater from dyeing, finishing, and laundering operations, heighten the pollution levels, resource depletion stemming from the consumption of water, fossil fuels, and raw materials, and lastly, the generation of solid waste. Before we move to the seamless garments, let's understand how the sustainable clothing is. Environmental sustainability is defined as the ability of a product or process to exist without harming the planet's delicate ecological balance. Apparel products exert a substantial impact on environment as well as on the economy in terms of excess wastage percentage, labor cost, and other wages. This demonstrates the industry's evolving commitment to adopting sustainable practices and materials to reduce its ecological footprint throughout the life cycle of clothing products. Environmental sustainability is defined as the ability of a product or process. Knitwear has a significant global influence on lifestyles, and it can be stands out as a foremost method for creating sustainable clothing. Moreover, the latest trend emphasizes prevention with a focus on sustainability. In pursuit of this goal, the innovative solution emerged from the knitting industry in the form of whole garment knitting technology pioneered by the Japanese industry leader Shima Seiki. So here is the seamless garments. Basically, seamless garments are the techniques, the knitting technique to create a garment without any visible seam. In traditional knitting, pieces of fabric are often knitted separately and then stitched together to form a complete garment. However, with seamless knitting, the entire garment is created in one continuous piece, eliminating the need of sewing seams. Machine knitting has enabled the creation of seamless sweaters through utilization of both flatbed knitting and tubular knitting machines. In pursuit of the objective of achieving a comprehensive apparel manufacturing technology that reduces post-knitting time and expenses while enhancing quality, Shima Seiki Manufacturing Limited has achieved the success in producing lightweight, seamless, and comfortable clothing through its whole garment knitting technology. So here is the historical developments of seamless techniques, which starts from 1589 in England by William Lee, who devised the initial flatbed frame for crafting hosiery. Later on, in 1800, sinkers were added to the flat knitting machines, allowing for stitch control and production for single jersey tubular items like gloves, socks, and barrettes. So these inventions are later on, and the Shima Seiki is entered in the market in 1960, explored tubular type knitting for commercial glove production. Cotlords secured British patents related to the concept of produced garments by joining tube knitting. In 1995, Shima Seiki developed the world's first whole garment computerized flat knitting machine. At the ITMA exhibition in 2015, 18 models, including the whole garment computerized flat knitting machines, model MAC 2XS, were exhibited by Shima Seiki. So let's understand how knitting revolution to sustainable, a whole garment knitting machine. So initially, knitted clothing is typically assembled from the separate components like front, back, and the sleeve part of the garment, which were stitched together after production. In contrast, Shima Seiki's groundbreaking whole garment knitwear is manufactured as a single continuous garment directly on the knitting machine. This eliminates the requirement for costly and time-consuming post-production work and allowing us to prevent any alteration to the yarn's characteristics. This knitting machine is a new as well as promising invention in the knitting business that yields a resilient, lightweight product without compromising the unique feature of the yarns. The MAC X2X model of whole garment flat knitting machine used for producing the first seamless knitwear is an innovative breakthrough in the knitwear business. This model incorporates a spring-type movable sinkers system, ensuring the creation of high-quality knitted fabrics with consistent tension and structure. Its 5-bed configuration system enhances design and pattern capabilities for the production. Additionally, Shima Seiki knitting machine allows for 3D patterns, flared skirts, and dress without seams, adjustable hems, widths like flange or short row. It conserves limited resources by minimizing yarn consumption, and efficient planning is achieved through high-resolution virtual samples, replacing traditional sampling that incurs significant time, cost, and material usage. So here is the differential between the conventional knitting and the whole garment knitting, which is both the knitting systems starts from the raw material selection, which is yarn, fiber, or filament. But in the conventional knitting, it go through the various stages like fabric production, bed processing, cutting, sewing, and finishing. But in the whole garment knitting machine, all the intermediate processes are bypassed, and and it comes out direct to the product. So here are the areas of application that this whole garment knitting machines are capable for: sportswear, the smart textiles, industrial textiles, even Xylon and glass fiber are also able to knit in this model. The knitted CFRP carbon fibers, reinforced plastic turbine blade, nylon monofilaments, medical textiles are also use medical textile products are also made by these kind of machines. Home furnishing textile by the special technique, the inlay technique from this machine. Children wears, accessories. So here is the conclusion. The entire seamless garment technology into the textile and apparel industry represents a significant step towards sustainability, efficiency, and innovation. It redefines the way we conceive and produce knitwear, offering a glimpse into a more sustainable and seam-free future for the world of fashion and beyond, and move towards more sustainable and environmentally conscious future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next presentation we have is by Ms. Sushma Kumari from Department of Fashion Technology, Bhagat Phool Singh, Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Haryana, on topic analyzing the impact of blend ratio and weave structure on cotton bamboo handloom fabrics. I would like to invite you to the mic, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Sushma Kumari from Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, presenting a topic on an investigation on the impact of blend ratio and weave structure on cotton bamboo handloom fabric. Background of the study. Background of the study reveals about textile industry impact on environment and synthetic fiber production impact on environment. That's why we choose sustainable alternative like cotton and bamboo fiber for making handloom fabric. And we found problem statement and purpose of the study, where many studies are conducted on bamboo fiber and cotton blends, but very few studies on handloom weaving with cotton and bamboo weaving conducted. This research aims to manufacture bamboo cotton fabric with different blend ratio and weave, which enhancing sustainability and addressing quality issues for manufacturers. To the study aims to reduce the amount of cotton and other synthetic materials used in textile production and promote sustainability using traditional handloom. Bamboo fiber and handloom processing offers various benefits in various sectors, including clothing and home textile. Research objective was designed to development of bamboo cotton fabric made on handloom and study the effect of construction parameters on fabric properties. Literature reviews says about environmental issues in textile industry, which includes extraction of raw material process, synthetic fiber production processes, water which consumed while processing or manufacturing or while washing the fabric or garment, chemical pollution, water, air, noise pollution, and energy consumption of electricity or manpower, waste generation, deforestation and land use, labor and social issues. Fast fashion and overconsumption is the biggest environmental issues in textile industries. In the environment sustainability in textile says that if we want to make environment sustainable, we have to choose selection of fiber which must be sustainable or natural. And next is efficient manufacturing processes and chemical, water and waste management. Certification and standard product life cycle extension and transparency in the supply chain. While we making our textile industry sustainable, we make our environmental sustainable, we make our economic sustainable and social sustainable development. Sustainable fibers are those which are extracted from nature, and after use it degrades within nature easily without any compromisation comparison to synthetic and regenerated fibers. Bamboo fiber is organic matter which extracted from the natural plants with the tallest species of bamboo, and it is also known as moso bamboo, which is most commonly used in textile industry.
Extraction method of bamboo is mainly three types. Which one is mechanical, manual retting, chemical retting, and steam explosion. These are the methods of extraction of bamboo. Properties of bamboo fiber, which is softness of bamboo. This softness of bamboo in comparison to cotton is much better. Breathability, moisture absorption, biodegradable, hypoallergenic, UV protection, good strength, and antibacterial or odor resistant. Application of bamboo in textile in variant ways, such as home textile, clothing for medical purpose, and for intimate garments, and so on. Positive impact of bamboo on environment, which includes renewable resources. It reduces chemical uses, it reduces water uses, and it has a property of carbon squeeze. It can squeeze the carbon, and it has low impact on environment, low carbon and water environment impact footprint, soil preservation. Water and carbon footprint of bamboo fiber is very low due to it is a natural, and it can degrade with in soil very easily. Sustainability and advantage through the handloom. Sustainability through handloom, we can do local sourcing, we can do choose biodegradable material, and it reduce energy consumption, preservation of traditional techniques, minimal environmental impact, customization, and slow fashion. Distinct advantage of a handloom fabric. Handloom textiles are more sustainable. Its versatility in generating distinct design and texture. Handloom textiles are softer than powerloom fabrics. It uses less energy. The production of handloom sector is minimal carbon footprint. Research methodology shows the study of environmental impact of textile, raw material, and manufacturing processes, study of sustainability approaches in textile and apparel industry, study of bamboo fiber and its compatibility with cotton fiber, and its feasibility on handloom to develop fabric, production या procurement of raw material, which includes 100% bamboo yarn and 50-50 blend of bamboo cotton and 100% cotton. Manufacturing of different sample on handloom with different constructional parameter and blend ratio. Testing of physical, mechanical, and comfort properties of all samples. Comparative study of fabric property and concludes. Experimental work. While conducting experimental work, I have prepared 6 samples which is differentiated in plain weave and twill weave, which in which warp yarn was 100% cotton and webbed yarn was different in the plain weave and twill weave. Result and discussion. These are the construction parameter and results of testing. These are the property method and test method which I have conducted before. This thread density, GSM, tearing strength, tensile strength, drape, abrasion resistant, peeling strength, air permeability, and water vapor permeability. These are the table, and tensile strength, tearing strength, which in which we can see the okay, there is some error which can't recognize the sample 1, sample 2, and sample 3. So I can explain. इन जब बैम्बू का कंटेंट जो है मतलब ज्यादा होता है फैब्रिक में, फैब्रिक का जो टेंसाइल स्ट्रेंथ है और टियरिंग स्ट्रेंथ है वो इंक्रीज होता है. वैसे ही एब्रेशन रेसिस्टेंट में जहाँ पे आपका बैम्बू का कंटेंट इंक्रीज हो रहा है वहां पे एब्रेशन रेसिस्टेंट भी मतलब आपका फैब्रिक जो है इजिली फटता नहीं है. एंड पीलिंग रेसिस्टेंट में आपका जो प्लेन फैब्रिक में जैसे बैम्बू कंटेंट परसेंटेज जो बढ़ रहा है उसमें ये पीलिंग को भी जो रेसिस्ट करता है. Drape coefficient, plain fabric reveals the good drapeability of the fabric. Conclusion. The study highlights the potential of bamboo cotton blended fabric woven on handloom technology to improve sustainability in the textile industry. Bamboo, a renewable resource, is a promising alternative to traditional cotton due to its minimal environmental impact. Bamboo cotton blends show superior tensile and tear strength, particularly in the swept direction. Twill weave fabric shows higher abrasion resistant, while plain weave fabric shows better peeling resistant. Plain weave samples displays higher drape coefficient, while increasing bamboo content in weft improved resistant. Bamboo cotton blends also showed higher water vapor permeability, suggestion improved comfort. The study advocates adopting bamboo fiber as sustainability option as well as handloom sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of technical session 3. I'll request the researchers to take their seats in the first row. And finally, we have the poster presentations. As you're all aware, the poster presentations are there. You must have seen the posters displayed outside. And here we will invite all the researchers who made the posters and presented those to come on the dais and just speak up their abstract. They'll just come and present their abstract. So can we have all the people for poster presentation, the researchers who've done the poster presentations, can we have you on the dais quickly?
We welcome you all. Now, beginning with the poster presentations, the first presentation we have is by Ms. Anjali Bhardwaj, Saris, the Indian Moon, from Department of Home Science, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. I would like to invite you to the mic, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anjali Bhardwaj from Banasthali Vidyapeeth, research scholar from Home Science Department.
Why there is so much talk happening this side? Just wait for a few minutes. I know that all of you are sitting from morning. Just wait for a few minutes. No talks there.
So I have prepared my poster on the saris, the Indian moon. So my abstract is the saris, a quintessential Indian garment, is profound, a symbol of culture, history, and artistic expression. Its centuries-old legacy as an intellectual part of an Indian culture, heritage, significance, grace, and identity. With its virtuality, diverse draping styles, and its extensive range of textiles employed in its constructions, the sari is an captivating subject for exploration. This research paper embarks on the comprehensive examination of the sari's multi-faced dimensions, also its historical evaluation. With the regional variations, the profound significance embedded within its integrated designs and its contemporary relevance in the global fashion area through its multicultural analysis of craftsmanship, culture, and relevancy, the influence of the modern trends on this traditional attire. The study tries to eliminate the timeless charm of the sari and its enduring presence in the both traditional and contemporary context by unveiling the integrate details and the cultural importance of the sari. I am not only foster the deeper appearance for its aesthetic beauty, but also contribute to the border of on the presentation and celebration of the cultural heritage within the ever evoluting the remain of fashion and design. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Ms. Sweta Moga from ASFT, Amity University, Rajasthan, presenting a poster on digital evolution, the impact of transforming the fashion industry through e-commerce in global market.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shweta Moga from Amity University, Rajasthan. I have chosen the topic, the impact of transforming the fashion industry through e-commerce in the global market, because fashion is a global industry and e-commerce has the potential to reach a global audience. The fashion industry has undergone a profound transformation in recent years, catalyzed by the pervasive influence of e-commerce and the integration of digital technologies. This digital evolution has reshaped traditional business models and redefined consumer behavior and expectations. This abstracts explored the paradigm shift brought about by the digital evolution with a specific focus on the transformative power of e-commerce. E-commerce platforms have become a cornerstone of the transformation, liberating fashion brands and retailers from geographical boundaries and physical self space. Online restores and digital showrooms have become the new norm, allowing consumers engage with the fashion industry in a virtual world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Kesar Sinha from ASFT, Amity University, Rajasthan, with her poster presentation, The Possibilities of Reuse, Reduce and Recycling in Future of Fashion, Textile and Trend.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kesar Sinha from Chhattisgarh. My poster topic name is The Possibilities of Reuse, Reduce and Recycling in Future Fashion Textiles Trends. The Waste to Wealth report, which was released in July 2022, provided an outline of the potential and challenges India is facing with regards to the flow of the textile waste, as well as the various of the countries developing circular economy. We are quite appreciative of the excellent on the ground cooperation and Shah Zero Waste, who gave us these thought pictures of the very intricate and dynamic Indian market. Indian produce over 7,793 tons of textile waste annually, or 8.5% of the world's total. Due to issues with qualities and visibilities, only a small portion of the waste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Kumari Parul Tomar from ASFT, Amity University, Rajasthan. She will be presenting on the evolution of clothing in Rapture for present and future fashion sustainability.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is the evolution of clothing in Rapture for present and future fashion sustainability. This research analyzes the evolution of damaged and disrupted clothing designs which developed from their roots in the punk and hippie movement from 1970s. It became a mainstream fashion trend. Brings the study to a close. The development of this trend is studied in relation to the other historical fashion trends, highlighting how fashion changes over time. Overall, by tracking the development of the link and considering its wider ramification as a cultural and social phenomena, this research illuminates the significant connection between clothing and Indian culture. The main focus point of this research is sustainable fashion, rapture fashion, cultures, and civilization. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Ms. Harshita Batra from ASFT, Amity University, Rajasthan, with her poster presentation, The Impact of Color and Psychology in Traditional Costume to Modern Fashion in India.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harshita Batra, and I'm from Amity University, Rajasthan. And my topic of the poster presentation is The Impact of Color and Psychology in Traditional Costume to Modern Fashion in India. And my abstract is, this study investigates the intricate relationship between color psychology and fashion preferences, aiming to understand the emotional and cultural influences that shape individuals' perceptions of color in their clothing choices. Through an online survey administered to 73 participants, the research explored the diverse attitudes and behavior related to color selection in fashion. Participants demonstrated a heightened inclination toward following fashion color trends with a substantial percentage, emphasizing the importance of color in conveying messages and emotions through their clothing choices. These insights underscore the complex interplay between individual preferences, emotional connections, and cultural context in the realm of fashion and color psychology, presenting valuable implications for fashion retailers, designers, and researchers seeking to create more meaningful and inclusive experiences within the fashion industry. Thank you.
Thank you all poster presenters. I'll request you to kindly take the seat in the first row. And now I'll request our conference chair, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, to say a few words.
Thank you. Students, give a big clap to yourself for being here for the whole day. I know it must be tough for all of you, because we asked you to be here from 9:15. It has been a long day, but I'll not take first time, but I must tell in the end that these are the activities in the academics which we do primarily only for you. Sometimes one may not understand the importance that why we are being asked to sit right from morning to evening, but you have to see that there are the researchers or academicians who had put up their research work together, they had submitted it, it has been shortlisted, then they completed the paper, and then they are presenting it. It's a process. So idea is this, that even if you may be the first year, to understand what is a process which is there in academics. So I'm sure that it must have benefited you. You have seen that there have been more than around 15 invited speakers from academia, industry, and the international speakers. Our effort was to put it together in a way that there should be the experts coming who can talk about the subjects related to the sustainable fashion. So I'm sure that it must have benefited you. And the researchers who are there, I really appreciate that they had come all the way to attend this conference. Particularly, I would like all of you to give a big clap to this group who has done the poster presentation from Amity University, Rajasthan. I really appreciate that all of them, I think 7 of them have come here all the way and had presented. So it is something which is worth appreciating. Thank you once again for being here. And we are going to come out with the conference proceedings, and the details of the papers will be available there. So I'm sure that I can understand that all the findings which are being put up in 8 to 10 minutes or 2 minutes in the poster cannot be understood by anybody in detail. So I'm sure that once we come out with the proceedings, it will be really beneficial for all of you. Thank you once again. Thank you.
So without taking much time, I would like to present the vote of thanks. So as we come to the end of the conference, I would like to thank our conference chair, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, for giving me this opportunity. Gratitude to Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Madam, Ms. Divya Chauhan for having all the faith in me. I would like to express deepest appreciation to all the invited speakers whose research and presentations have broadened our horizons and ignited stimulating discussions. I extend my sincere thanks to the attendees who have traveled from far and near and to be a part of this intellectual gathering. Your participation and active engagement have created a vibrant and stimulating atmosphere throughout the conference. A special mention goes to the dedicated volunteers and the organizing committee comprising of faculty and faculty team like Ms. Neha Arora, Mr. Shankar Sahai, Dr. Pallavi, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth operation of this conference. And this event was impossible without my student team. To name a few, Mr. Chetan, Ms. Rishti, Ms. Kajal, Ms. Khushbu, Ms. Kashish, Ms. Soumya, Mr. Aryan, and many others. So as we come to the close of this chapter of INCFAT, I hope these connections made today and the knowledge shared will really be helpful. And thank you for this being a part of this incredible journey. Safe travels to those returning home, and may the spirit of innovation and collaboration continue to guide us in all our future efforts. Researchers, faculty members, and volunteers may please have a cup of tea with us. Thank you, good night, and thank you for being here. Finally, thank you.